Hello, everybody. Welcome to Players and Creators. I'm Deuterino Magnifico, or the DM. Um, and with me always, my wonderful, magnificent players. Um, hold on a second. Apparently, I'm super loud, so I'm just gonna fix that a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to go in order as you see them on the screen. We have Sarah, who's playing Jarina. We have Laurie, who's playing Rowan. We have my lovely wife, Donna, who plays Hope. Sean, who plays Squall. We have Lauren, who plays Leah. We have Allie, who plays Phoebe. And Tarius, who plays Galen. So, as I always say, without them, I don't even have a game at all. So I am always very grateful to have these group of crazies who are willing to let me lead them once a week into crazy weird shenanigans. So very quickly, we have a couple of actual announcements before we actually get the game started. So very quickly I'm going to try and get through these as quickly as I can. So our Discord is up and it is set up for the most part. We pretty much have everything. It's about, I'd probably say 95% ready to go. So definitely would like, if you want to join us on our Discord, the link you can actually hopefully, if I set it up correctly, the link will eventually show up in the chat. If it doesn't, you can still go into our panels, and there is a link in our panels. You'll see it. Can't miss it. It says Discord. Just click on it. It'll take you right to our Discord. The very cool thing about our Discords is that on Halloween, we were kind of going back and forth as to which movie. Initially, I said Rocky Horror that we were going to have a watch party for. We kind of finally settled on Beetlejuice. A very cool classic. I love this movie a lot. It's just corny. It's very, very 90s, 80s, 90s movie with Michael Keaton and Gina Davis and Alec Baldwin, all very super young. So if you're not doing anything on Halloween, October 31st, if you're not doing anything, please join us for our watch party. We'll super appreciate it, and we hope that you'll join us for that. Let's see what's next. Oh, next week is going to be our giveaway. Next week we are actually going to do a giveaway during the break of the D&D starter set. It basically, for those who are unaware of it, it's the starter set. It has blank character sheets, as well as pre-mades in there for up to, I believe it's 4 or 5 players. It has you can only get the actual campaign, The Lost Mines of Phandelver, in this starter set. They don't sell it separately as a separate book or anything, so it's a really great starter set. Try and, if you can, be on next week, watch us, and then at the break we'll actually be doing that giveaway. During this week's giveaway, today's break, when we take our break, we are actually going to be putting up a poll, and it's going to be really, really necessary for you to participate in this poll. And what we're going to ask of you is, when do you want me to stream basically a Q&A session for you? I know a lot of people have been asking questions, whether it be about the actual game, whether it be about the 3D printing, DMing, whatever. During the break, you will see throughout all of the things that we put up for our break, you will see the actual poll, and it has the questions and the choices as to what days and times you want me to stream for you. So again, as in an effort to kind of like build this community together, I want to be able to have that I want basically your input to find out when is the best time for me to do this, because I want you, as many of you to who have questions, to actually ask them and get your questions answered, and just us get to know each other, like get to know more about who we are, why we're doing this, that kind of thing. So that's going to be during this game's break. You'll see the polls. It'll tell you, just in the chat, you'll need to put one, two, or three. There's three options. So one, two, or three, and by the end of the break, we'll know when I'm streaming, and I can tell you, and we can go from there. Last thing, very last thing, and then we'll get started. I promise. Is we're going to start doing some sub goals. And one of the things, the very, very first sub goal, we haven't set it up yet. It'll definitely be ready for next week. And you'll start kind of seeing either, something on the screen or something that's interactive. But basically, our first sub goal is we're going to be looking to get up to 50 subs. And once we hit that sub goal, what we're going to do is we are going to make it possible for all of you to help create an NPC that appears in this campaign. I think that's going to be really fun. I think that's going to be really cool. And once we get to that sub goal, there'll be a plethora of information on how we're going to do that. But we're going to start. Yeah, we're going to. Obviously, if you want to sub now, I'm not going to stop you. But that's. But basically, if we hit 50 subs, that's what we're going to do. We're going to open it up, and you guys are going to help me create an NPC that will show up in this game for these crazy folks right here. All right. So that's it. That's all I got. I hope that was as quick as I possibly could make it. All right. So with that, let's get this show on the road. Last game, when we were together, you all, in your pursuit of this captain who apparently is part of this criminal syndicate known as the Myriad, you were tracking him down as the last of these criminals who had started smuggling out dragonborn eggs from the dragonborn city of Zarzakitral. In your pursuit, you finally did make headway in finding him, but first you found some ogres. These ogres were very strange. They seem to be a little more intelligent than your normal average, everyday ogre. And in proper semi-murder hobo fashion, you all decided, instead of like either talking to them or just maybe getting some further information, just to go balls to the wall, just attack the ogres. Interestingly enough, they wouldn't stay dead. A few of you did notice these strange skull necklaces that they were wearing seemed to glow while they were seemingly dead, and then their wounds would close during the battle, and they seemed to pop up from near death or actual death. Once these skull necklaces were removed, the two that got them, Galen and Leah, seemed to grow in strength. Then another interesting ogre showed up, much different than the other two, wearing stone armor and leathers, hair, very bright orange hair and a ponytail and a bun and long orange beard, showed up with the captain. Fight ensued, whereupon after the necklaces were taken from the bodies of the other ogres, the orange-haired ogre did not seem to want to stick around too much. He definitely cared about getting one of those skull necklaces back. Took it from Leah, in the process dislocating her shoulder. Left the captain to face all of you, and disappeared, seemingly disappeared through some strange purplish smoke door that he seemed to have conjured, and then he was gone. You then took care of the captain in the fashion that you are strangely becoming accustomed to, and after that, you went to the almost eerily similar stone structure that was in this clearing as well. Leah managed to open it up with the obsidian rock key that she has, and in doing so, found a rather similar, again, another similar pit, but this one filled with more bones and bodies of various creatures. You haven't gone through it yet, so you're not entirely sure. And that's kind of where we left off. So, what would you guys like to do from here? Oh, wait. Point of order. Galen was beginning to sit quietly and try to understand what this skull necklace was. Galen, I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
18.
18? Okay. Now, what would you guys like to do?
I'm kind of curious. Every time I have to roll, what does Galen perceive? Every time that sort of he has to make a saving throw.
Your passive perception is not high enough. So
Okay.
you don't know.
So it's just at random points I have. I feel like,
Don't know.
huh? Can I make an insight check real quick just to see like if it's wise to keep this necklace on?
What well, what are you trying to insight? It's a large skull on a, you see, cuz you don't know about these kind
Oh.
of intrusions.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. No, you don't. Yeah, you have your passive perception is not high enough to actually know what these wisdom saving throws are for. You're not perceiving something actually happening to you.
Huh.
So the way that would work is if you actually started to perceive something passively, then you can roll to actually have an active perception check or an insight check. But you just have it in your hands and you're kind of looking at it, and that's what's pretty much happening right now.
Can I make a perception check to see if, because I know, because out of game, I know Jareen is behind me, but does Galen know that Jareen is behind him?
Jareen, are you trying to be stealthy?
I did. Oh, no, actually, I only rolled an insight check to understand that he was lying just a little bit.
That's right. Yeah. So, but are you trying to be stealthy? Um,
I could be.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Are you?
Yeah, I'll be
Okay.
stealthy.
So roll a stealth check for me.
15.
15. What's your passive perception, Galen?
Give me a sec.
So normally I have everybody's passive perception. I just don't right now. I'm so sorry. What was that?
15.
15? You actually are not aware that Jarena is behind you at the moment. So one of the interesting things is when two people are rolling, well, actually, you're not even rolling, Galen. When she's trying, even if, because she's actively trying to do something and you're passively trying to do something, even if it's tied, the person who's actively trying to do it wins if it's tied. So currently, you have no idea that Jarena is kind of behind you while you're kind of looking down at this necklace.
All right. I think at this point Galen is getting really sick and tired of the sun because he just went through a combat experience and he's gonna try to find a shady spot.
Well, that's yeah. You've already done that. You've actually where you're sitting.
Oh.
Yeah, where you're sitting is kind of like out of the sun. It's a little shady.
Do I still have disadvantage on everything?
Not at the moment. Not where you're sitting.
Oh, so I've been rolling disadvantage for no reason.
Well, no. You were rolling disadvantage during the fight and all of that stuff.
No. When I was doing the wisdom saving throws, I've been rolling disadvantage.
Okay. Well, you passed. Like.
Yeah, I know, but
you still passed.
damn it.
So no
All right.
worries. No worries.
All right, then yeah, I'll keep seeing how I'm not noticing anything. I guess Galen is still gonna try to see if he can attune to this thing.
Okay. All right.
'Cause that's what he's been trying to do. He's been trying to attune to the necklace, thinking that it's probably an average magic item.
Okay. So while you're doing that, there is now an open pit by this large brass coin that Leah, Rowan, and Squall are near, if I remember correctly. Is there anything you guys want to do?
I want to search the bodies in the pit.
Okay. Make an investigation check for me. And is Squall and Rowan, if you guys are helping her, then you can actually roll investigation checks as well.
I rolled a 19.
Nice. Squall?
Eight.
Okay. Leah, what did you get?
22.
22. All right. So Squall, you go to help Leah and Rowan, and as you kind of step down, the first thing, like, your boot just squelches on some just like rotting flesh, and you go, nope, fuck that, and you just get right out of the pit. Considering who you are, you're like, nope, I'm good, thank you, done. Rowan and Leah. So interestingly enough, as you're you're going through the bodies, the first thing that's very apparent is there's a hell of a lot more bodies in here than in the previous pit. You are actually able to very quickly and actively step into the pit and right onto the bodies. It's in bones. That's how high it is. And you can notice that there are there's just like, it's random. It's some of the bones seem picked clean, some of them have rotting flesh on them, some of them just seem very, very old and brittle, and it takes you to, even with those high rolls, to get through. Are you trying to get through all of the bodies, all of the the whole pit? What are you trying to do?
I want to try to grab their their bags and check their pockets.
Okay. And Rowan, are you trying to find anything in particular, or?
No, same. Actually, I do have a question for after this.
Okay.
I did get a pouch in the last pit, and I don't know if it does anything.
That was the one that had the potions in it, correct?
I think so. It was just a black pouch.
Yeah, it was just a leather pouch.
Okay.
Okay, so to get through all of these things, it's gonna take you maybe a good 2.5 to 3 hours, like just to dig through everything, and it's nasty work. you get the impression that with when the actual pit was sealed, that it had some kind of a almost airtight effect on some of these things, and so occasionally it was opened and closed and opened and closed, which allowed some of the rot to set in. But you're starting to get the impression maybe this is where the ogres kept their food, and also their refuse, just kind of nasty. But you both eventually go through it, and together you do find in random pouches and pockets, which do fall apart as you're going through them. Very pretty old. As you do go through them, you do find 596 copper pieces, 81 silver pieces, and 4 gold pieces.
Rowan occasionally vomits, and finally she takes a handkerchief out of her pocket and ties it around her face so she can continue working.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, every now and then it's like you hit a layer, you know, you're like 1/3 in, and then she just pukes, and she's like, I'm so sorry. And then you get to the next layer, and she's like, yeah, I'm good. Leah, because you did have the higher of the investigation checks, you also find a pair of engraved bone dice. They're actually beautifully, they seem yellowish and worn, but it's very clearly made of bone. They are not ogre sized, so you don't think they belong to the ogres. But they are engraved, and the pips themselves look like they're filled with maybe silver. Some of the pips are, you know, they're popped off, you know, every now and then, but they're still a pair of usable engraved bone dice.
Scrying bone dice.
And they're worth about 25 gold.
Nice.
So you two will have to figure out how to split the monies that you both found, because you both did find those monies together. Squall was just sitting there, kind of like feet dangling off over the side, just watching you two. Hope, is there any? Hope, is there anything that you have wanted to do?
I'm just scanning the surrounding area, making sure we don't get snuck up on.
Okay. Make a perception check for me.
15.
15? Okay. Yeah. As you're looking around, you can see the now dead bodies, truly dead-looking bodies of the 2 ogres that you fought. Their wounds clearly staying open this time, and dying. You also kind of can now hear, now that there's no fighting currently or anything, you can hear the rushing water of the river that you've all been essentially following. It is now kind of clearer. There seems to be less animal noises. There's still some like birds and insects, but you can mostly hear the water. But that's about it. You don't see anything else of interest. Galen. So about an hour goes by, and Jarena, you're watching as he's kind of like sitting there. After about an hour goes by, all of a sudden you hear something, and it sounds almost like a voice, and you kind of like You kind of strain for a moment to hear it, and then all of a sudden it comes through a little clearer. Interesting. Greetings, child. How may I service you today? Jarina, you don't hear anything. Seems to be coming. It seems like it's in your head.
Galen doesn't at first doesn't think that and begins to look around to see if somebody like snuck up behind him.
Now you can see Jarina.
Oh, hi, Jarina.
Hi.
And then,
Okay.
and then you hear, no. In your hands, clearly.
I look down
Yes.
and I start to whisper. Who or what are you?
Oh, I am merely a humble guide. I am more interested in who you are. Are you my new master?
That depends. What do you do?
Oh, as I said, I'm but a simple guide. Essentially, I am able to assist those who are looking to better their predicaments in various ways. Is that something you think I might be able to assist you with?
Not currently, but I am intrigued.
Well, that's good. That's good. What are you called?
I am called Galen.
Jarina, you can now see he's whispering to himself. Galen.
Do I see what's in his hand?
Yeah, you know exactly what's in his hand. You can't miss it. It is a skull. He said, "Oh, I am merely, as I said, I am a guide. But if you would call me anything, I am the Troger skull."
What do you help guide? And I know you say predicaments, but do
Well,
you...
essentially, think of me as a tool much like any other tool that can assist you in taking care of various tasks, achieving goals, things of that nature. As much as any item is. I just happen to be a bit more insightful than other actual items, as I have a certain bit of consciousness, if you will.
Okay, then.
And Galen, may I ask, if I might be so presumptuous, what do you want out of life? What are the things? What are your goals? Your aspirations?
I seek to party and have tons of fun, and to enjoy life to its fullest, ultimately.
There's a slight pause, and you hear, well, while it would be a paltry use of my abilities, if that is what you wish to do with your life, I could certainly assist you with that, I guess.
I think I might know someone who might use your skills a bit more effectively.
In what manner do you mean?
Well, he kind of thinks about this, and then he thinks about how what Leah, there we go, I couldn't think of her name. How Leah pretty much arm wrestled the ogre,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like there might be somebody who could use you to your full extent, because I I I do enjoy your willingness to aid me in anything, but I don't know if I will. What's the word I'm looking for?
You think?
I am actually
I'm s-
thinking of a word.
Well, what's the word you're thinking of?
Just more or less.
Require of to your fullest extent.
Yeah, pretty much. Something I don't know. Yeah, that pretty much that.
Well, let's see now. Honestly speaking, I would prefer to be in the hands of someone who would use my abilities to their utmost. But it's not anything you really have to make a decision about right now. Let's think of this as a getting to know each other kind of bit in our lives right now. You are Galen, I am the Troger Skull. I have the ability to help you and your companions in various ways. We're learning quite a bit about each other. Now, my former master was, how should we say, not a forthright thinker, as you would imagine. And so I am quite happy to be in the hands of someone who seems to be a bit more intelligent than my last master. So maybe your goals and aspirations in the future might change. Partying seems like a lofty goal, but say that changes in the future. It would good to have me on board with you at any moment that you would need me. Wouldn't you agree?
Indeed. Did you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Do
So
Sorry.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Do I notice anything? Do I notice Galen talking to himself or?
Make another perception check for me.
13. Time to switch sides.
No, as you're continuing to kind of look around and kind of keep an eye on the area, you do pass over Galen, who seems to be, you can see his lips moving, and you don't necessarily hear what he's saying, but he's clearly talking what looks like to himself or to the creepy skull in his hand.
I see Jarina behind him.
Mm-hmm.
I motion her over.
Before I do that, do I hear specifically what he's saying, or is it just too hush?
He's whispering. Galen, make a stealth check for me, and Jarina, make a perception check for me. This is just to see how well he's actually whispering and you're actually listening. So Galen, what'd you get?
I got a 17.
17? Jarina, what'd you get?
Nat 20 with a 22.
22? You hear every word he's been saying. So, I guess I'm a bit curious though. You've been sitting here with me in your hands for the last hour. You don't seem to be committed to using me as an item. If you wish, you should pass me to someone who might be committed in a way that you seemingly cannot be at the moment.
Did everybody, please?
I think so.
Are we good?
Yeah, it was everyone. My
It's in
Discord
Discord.
was. Yeah. Discord glitched us.
Oh no.
Are we all good? Is everybody good now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Galen, did you hear? What was the last thing you heard me say?
She heard pretty much every single thing, of course, of what I'm saying, not of what the skull is saying.
Right. Okay.
I'm going to stealthily go towards Hope.
Okay.
I rolled a 16 on stealth.
Who are you trying to be stealthy from?
I don't want to disturb Galen.
Okay. Yeah, so you feel pretty stealthy. You feel like you're not, bothering him too much at the moment.
What's up, Hope?
What's he doing?
Talking to the skull amulet.
Huh. That's kind of weird, wouldn't you say?
I mean, he was talking about wanting to party and just have a good time.
Okay. Alright. Guess we'll ask him about it later.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back and see if I can hear anything else. I'm kind of tired.
Okay.
Galen, you're actually still speaking to you as this is all going on. You don't seem as committed as I would have liked. I am, after all, an instrument to be used. And you've been sitting with me for some time now. And you don't seem 100% committed to this.
Well, I figured you as more of a normal magic item. I didn't expect to actually walk into something.
I am anything but normal, my friend. But if you are still somewhat uncommitted to this, by all means, please pass me to one of your companions who may put my gifts to use. They are quite formidable. I assume you can feel the strength flowing through you currently. And you do. Like this whole time you feel like you can see the veins like popping through your skin, and your muscles are just they feel like they want to burst out of your skin. This is but the beginning of what I could offer you, if you wish.
I just have one last question before I make my party concerned. Is there a catch to your certain abilities you have?
In what way?
Like, if you do something powerful, or if you use some powerful magic, does it take away something? Are there issues that I should be aware of, or no?
Well, I mean, as I'm, this is it's a very in-depth question for an item. I can answer some things. I only know what I can do, and I only know the power that I hold within me. And the only thing I could probably say to answer that question is that regardless of what item or whatever tool you use, there's always some kind of detriment to it, is it not? If you were someone who wielded a sword, you would eventually have to train in that sword. And the detriment in that would be the training, the process. You would tire somewhat. You would, until such time as you learned to wield that tool. The same could be said of any item, myself included. While I can help you with the many gifts that I offer, you won't know how to control them immediately until you make that commitment, until you commit to this relationship, as it were. Me as the tool, gifting you and aiding you with these many skills and gifts, and you would have to learn how to use them properly. You may not know how to immediately put them to good use, but the choice is yours. I cannot make that choice for you.
Galen ponders for a little bit, and then he says, "Thank you for your time. This has been a very interesting discussion."
Very well. I will be here if you wish to speak further. The attunement doesn't take after you trying to attune to it. You simply, like, you felt almost like a connection was starting to form, and then you had this conversation, and then that connection seems to have dissipated.
I put the necklace in my pocket, and I start to take a nap.
Okay.
Or I start to relax at the very least.
Okay. Jurina and Hope, you just kind of see him kind of look at it. He says the last bit, and he kind of takes it, puts it in one of his pouches, and he kind of leans back a little and closes his eyes.
Takes one last sip of ale or something, and
Okay.
then sits back.
Right. Yes, Jurina.
Are we taking a short rest?
I don't know. Are you guys taking a short rest? That's up to you guys to decide.
Leah nodded. Okay, I guess we're taking a short rest.
Okay, so this whole thing that was happening with Galen actually happened in between the time that Leah and Rowan were digging through the mess that they found. So about 2.5 hours later, since Galen started his little skull talk, you guys kind of get together and you sit down and you decide to take a short rest. What do you guys want to do during this short rest, if anything? Rowan?
Rowan wants to take advantage of the clean river that they're near and take a bath. Because she's just been rooting through dead bodies and muck.
Okay. Sure. Make a perception check for me real quick.
22.
22. Okay, yeah. The water is about it's about maybe 40 or 50 feet away from where the party is currently. You slowly start making your way over, and again, you guys are pretty much in this very large clearing. You make your way over to the river.
She just takes her clothes off and jumps in.
Yep. Yep. You guys just watch her just kind of just wander away. And anybody, let's see. Is anybody going to like follow her or do anything, or just you guys just letting her walk off?
I should probably go take a bath too. But not right next to her. She's weird. A little further upstream.
Okay.
I'll keep watch.
Keep watch where the party is, or at the river?
At the river. God knows what you get into.
Okay, so it looks like Leah, Rowan, and Phoebe are making their way towards the river. Anybody else? Or are the rest of you just kind of staying there? I know Galen is taking his rest there.
Do I see Maya anywhere?
She is in a tree right above you, just kind of staring at you.
I want to take some jerky out and kind of like flail it in the air and like motion her towards me.
Make an animal handling check for me, please.
I'll stroll over to the river as well.
Okay.
She's probably ignoring me. I got an 8.
8. Okay. So she flies over. She flies down to you, snatches the jerky out of your hand, and flies right back up to the tree. And she's still on a branch, staring down at you. And she just gobbles it all up.
I just roll out my bedroll and just like take a nap.
Okay. All right. So, let's see. Rowan, Leah, Squall, and Phoebe down by the river. Okay. So, you guys go down towards the river, and as you are making your way to the river, the rest of you see Rowan just take off all her clothes and then just jump in the water. Rowan, as you go to jump in the water, you quickly realize that right by the shore, it's not very deep. So you only go up to the knees, and you kind of have to. You realize that you're gonna have to like wade into the river a little deeper, or just kind of sit there and then just kind of throw the water all over you. It's up to you which one you want to do.
If the current is not strong, I'll wade in. If it looks strong, I'm just gonna plop down like a toddler and wash.
Okay. Right near the shoreline, it's not too strong. Not like it's going to carry you away immediately, but you can feel like there is a gentle movement to the water that, if you let it take you, it would take you. Leah, you are cleaning up and washing up. I'm assuming in whatever way you'd like to.
I'm gonna get all soaked up with lots of bubbles and look like a soap snowman because she's covered in.
Fair enough. And let's see. So, Rowan, you already made a perception check for me. Leah, Squall, and Phoebe, make perception checks for me, please. All right. Squall?
5.
Okay. Leah?
Perception?
Yeah.
23.
23. Phoebe?
23.
23. Okay, so Rowan, Squall, as you see Rowan just disrobe and throw her and go into the water, you immediately just turn your back and go, whoop-kay. And so you are just like looking up at the sky, back turned to the rest of your party, the safest way. And then, but Leah, Phoebe, and Rowan, as you are down by the river all of you doing your various things, you can start to hear what sounds like wood hitting wood, like kind of like a clopping sound, and you look a little further down on the coast, on the shore of where you're at, and maybe 100 or 120 feet or so ahead of where all of you are at, you can see what looks like some kind of not securely tied down docks a little further up. Definitely looks like planks of wood tied together, but just kind of like floating in the water. That's what's making the sound of the wood hitting wood sound. But you to get any more detail, you'd have to get closer.
You think this is where the Myriad's boats dock? just say out loud to anybody who can hear me.
Yeah, Leah and Phoebe aren't too far away from you. They're just not next to you.
Do I hear?
Yeah, you guys hear her.
Considering the cargo that they would be carrying, I highly doubt it, especially with the waves being as strong as they are.
Go check it out. I get out of the water. I dry off as quickly as I can, and I put my clothes back on.
Okay,
You
you clean yourself up. You're nice and squeaky clean, and you go and you put the dirty clothes back on. They still smell. They still stink, but you know your body is clean. That's what's important. And you start to wander over. You wander over, and you can now clearly see what looks like they are actually the docks extend further out over the water. And it seems like at some point one of the left side of the actual docks that was tied down that made it a little more secure, the rope has snapped. And so while it's all still connected by this one rope, the other rope is kind of loose, and that's why it's actually it doesn't seem as secure as it could be. But it looks like it's made to go further out over the shoreline, further into the actual water.
See any boats or anything tethered to it?
Nope, just the docks.
Okay.
And it seems pretty like it wasn't professionally done. It was made for function and definitely not beauty.
So those two ogres over there probably put it together?
You're not sure? Maybe.
Okay. I think I'm gonna take my short rest now.
Okay. You make your way back to the party. Leah, Phoebe, and Squall, you guys gonna make your way back to the party, or is there anything else you want to do while you're at the shore?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good to walk back.
Okay.
Walking back.
Okay. So you guys, you all make your way back to the rest of your party. You guys take your short rest, so you can roll up your hit die to see how many hit points you guys get back. You're at level 3, so you can roll 3 of your hit die and see what kind of hit points you get back. Some of you get skills back. Not all of you. Just some of you. What would you guys like to do now? Leah?
Mine says 1d8 plus 2, total 3, so I roll 3d8.
Yeah, you can roll 3d8 to see how many hit points you get back during your short rest. You don't have to roll all 3. You can decide to roll just 1. That way, if you take another short rest, you can roll the last 2. It's completely up to you.
I'm gonna roll 2.
Okay.
Yay, I'm back to max hit points.
Alright, so you guys take your short rest. You're somewhat rested up. Some of you got skills back. Some of you feel a little better from the fight you just had. What would you guys like to do?
We should keep pressing forward.
Yes. I believe we. So since we don't have to chase the captain anymore, I know a lot of us still have to go north. Except for maybe Squall?
And me. Well, wait. Let me check.
Well, we're going north so that we can find a town or city and hope that they have a map maker. So either way, we're all going there so that we have a map of the region.
Okay, yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I agree we should continue to the nearest town, get copies of the map, and then see
Right.
where we have to go. and maybe replenish supplies.
Yeah, I'll stay with you guys for now, but my destination is actually south.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna continue going north. Phoebe, did you want to lead the way, or?
What time
Um,
during the day is it?
Right now it's about 2, maybe 3 in the afternoon. Somewhere early afternoonish.
Right, Phoebe, go ahead.
sure. I don't mind leading.
DM, did we get to the fork yet?
Uh, mm, I don't know.
I don't think so.
You guys have been here. You got to this clearing. Some of you went to the area on the side to wash up.
Okay, I remind Phoebe that we have to go left of the fork, not right, when we get to it.
All right then.
Alright, so you guys are going to continue to make your way up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay with Phoebe though.
Okay. So
I pull on my cloak and I start once everyone is ready.
okay. Phoebe, make a survival check for me. Actually, survival or perception. You choose. You can choose which one.
The the number is the same either way, so 23.
Okay. You start moving north. The group starts following you. You guys make it about maybe 300 or 400 feet from where you were, and you hit water. And you look to your left, and you look to your right, and there's no more land. There's just water. And you can see ahead of you what looks like the water breaking to the left, what looks like some shore, maybe, I don't know, maybe 600-700 feet, maybe 1,000 feet, you're not sure. On the other side, mostly rock, a few dead trees, and then another break of water moving towards the right. And then at the edge of the shore, you can make out the docks that you all saw when you were over by the river.
Okay.
So what would you guys like to do?
Did we see a boat anywhere by the river?
Oh.
No, all you see is water. You don't see any boats at all.
No, when we were back there where we fought the ogres.
No. You guys had made multiple perception checks for various things while you were over there. You didn't see any boats. What would you guys like to do?
So to the left then, right? We're supposed to break left here.
Yes.
Any reason we should slow down?
Well, there's no more ground. Like that's just you guys have come to the edge. You are on a shore now, and there's no more. The only way north now to go is in water.
How good is everybody at swimming? I'm mostly joking.
Leia.
I want to sit down and take out that little wooden boat that I found.
Oh, the box?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And I want to start playing with the buttons again to say the word to make it.
Well, which you 3 words came to mind. Which word are you going to say?
I do have them written down.
Okay. You guys watch as Leah, she takes this wooden chest, this little box, out of her bag, that none of you have seen before.
So the word that I have is Kayari, Kayere.
Okair? Okay. Okay. So for the rest of you, what you see as Leah takes this box out, you see a box that measures about 12 inches long and 6 inches wide. It's not very big, but and it seems to have some carvings on the side. And she takes it out and she says Kair. Leah, as you say the word Kair, you can feel the box start to shake in your hand. And you throw it down on the ground, and you all watch as this box turns into a 20-foot long ship, 8 feet wide, 6 foot deep. The ship has a deck, rowing seats, 5 sets of oars, a steering oar, an anchor, a deck cabin, and a mast with a square sail. It is a fairly sizable ship, which is now sitting half in the water, half on the shore. And it's beautiful. Like, it is a beautiful ship. It's dark. It's the same color as the box. It's like a dark kind of oak, cherry oak color, with some dark maroon highlights and yeah. So you just have this large ship just right in front of you.
You just happen to have a box that turns into a ship.
The hell?
That's-
Where did this come from?
That's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
I start to furiously taking notes.
Okay.
That's criminally convenient.
Or just convenient. Will you
I'm
help
no
me
snitch.
put our pocket boat into the water, please?
Sure. Yeah. We can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Who's going to help push this boat into the water?
Yeah, I'll help.
Alright, so
Yeah, I'll help.
alright, you guys, if all you are helping, you guys don't even have to roll. So yeah, you guys start to push this boat into the water. And you can see that the water is actually starting to it's moving pretty rapidly at the area that you're at. So you can actually start to feel the front of the boat actually start getting pulled by the water as you're pushing it into the water.
How do we get on?
Jump on.
Jarina?
Where's Maya?
She's flying around you guys above you.
I want to put my arm out and kind of like project my thoughts at her to come to me.
You see kind of in your mind's eye a picture of her going, mm-mm.
I shout out, "Okay, but you gotta keep up."
Alright, so you guys are pushing the boat in the water. As the dock is not securely tied to anything, the dock does not stop the boat. from actually going anywhere. And the boat is now slowly being pushed by the rapids. No one is saying that they're trying to stop this or do anything other than jump in the boat. So now I'm going to have to ask you all to make dexterity checks to see if you actually make it into the boat, as it is now slowly starting to move away from all of you.
That's no problem.
Got to think these things through, guys. All right. So, we're going to go down the line here. This is going to be interesting. Jarena.
19.
19. Rowan.
8.
8?
8.
8. Hope.
24.
24. Squall.
That one.
Okay. Leah.
22.
22. Phoebe.
22.
22. Galen.
18.
18. Okay, so Jarena, Hope, Leah, Phoebe, and Galen. You guys, no problem. You just kind of the boat is slowly starting to pull away. You guys, grab onto the side and just jump over, get onto the boat, no problem. Squall trips over a rock, and Rowan, who is behind him, just goes ass over tea kettle as she trips over Squall. And the boat is still pulling away while both of you are laying on the ground, and you're watching as the boat is slowly moving away from all of you, moving away from you. What are you guys doing?
I am going to attempt to stop the boat so they can catch up.
How far away is the boat from us?
It is slowly pulling away right now. It is now where you guys are at. The boat is, you're at the back of the boat is right where you guys have fallen, and is now slowly pulling away.
I look
I'm
if there's any
gonna-
form of like ladders.
I'm going to reach out my hand to Squall.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Squall?
I'm gonna summon my echo onto the boat if it's less than 30 feet away from me, and then teleport to my echo's position.
Okay, yeah, it is just at 30 feet. So yeah, that works. So you watch Rowan as you're kind of like rolling up, trying to get up. You watch as Squall kind of looks at you. You watch his double kind of almost like it instantly appears next to him and then disappears. Appears on the deck, and then Squall, and then you're looking at Squall, and immediately you're looking at the double. It happens so quickly. You're not sure what the fuck just happened, but this boat is also still pulling away from you. So Squall, you're on the deck, and your double is sitting where you were, watching, and as it pulls away another 10 feet, if disappears.
Wow, that's pretty freaking cool, Squall.
Do I,
Thanks for tripping me and leaving me behind.
Sorry? It wasn't intentional.
Yes.
Phoebe?
Is there an anchor of some sort that I can drop to stop the boat?
Make an investigation check.
Now, why didn't I think of that?
What'd you get?
You said what?
Investigation.
22.
22. You're quickly looking around. You're trying to find an anchor or something. You do find a small anchor right off the side that you actually just jumped onto. What are you gonna do?
The rope is already attached or something, or do I have to tie it to the hull?
No. There's a rope. There's a rope attached to it, and the rope itself seems to be attached to the boat.
I throw it into the water, and hope it anchors into something.
Okay. Make a strength check for me.
$18.
18. Yeah, you kind of struggle with it a little bit. You're able to throw it off the side. It goes, just lands in the water, and then you see the boat slowly come to a slow crawl, and then stop.
I shout, "Get on already!"
What are you doing, Ron?
You're muted.
How deep is the water?
You have to get in to find out.
Jesus Christ.
If you turn into a fish, you can swim
It's cold.
alongside.
Cannot
It's
turn
cold
into a
life.
swimming
Swim, and
creature.
I help you up.
It's about...
You know what?
From where you're at right now, the ship is maybe about 60 or 70 feet away from you. It's not completely in the center of the river yet, but it's getting there.
Wild shape into a dog.
Okay. You wild shape into a mastiff, which is one of the most common breeds of dog, and you begin to doggy paddle over to the ship. You just you get over to the side. You are at the side of the ship. How are you getting on?
I reach down and see if I can grab her.
I assist.
Okay, yeah. So between the both of you, you're able to get the Rowan Mastiff up onto the deck of the ship.
Rowan Mastiff, make sure she licks both of them right in the face.
Yep.
Then she shakes off in the middle of the deck, spraying everyone.
Yep.
I just silently
I'm trying
wipe
to
my
smack her
face.
on her shoulder so she stops.
Galen is gonna look around the ship. What does he see on the top deck? And is there a second deck, or is it just this?
Nope. It's just the top deck. I'll read the description again. The ship is 24 feet long. It's 8 feet wide, and 6 foot deep. It has a deck, rowing seats, 5 sets of oars, a steering oar, which is in the back, an anchor, which Phoebe found, a deck cabin, and a mast with a square sail. The sail is not unfurled currently, but it is there. You can see it. The ship can hold 15 medium-sized creatures comfortably. So you guys are the ship is, for the 7 of you, pretty comfortable.
I'd like to look into like the cabins and cargo bays, or where there would be cargo.
You look in the cabin. The cabin itself, it has... Hold on a second. It has a medium-sized creature, medium-sized humanoid bed, a desk, nothing else that you can see, a chair, and beautiful red carpeting that actually matches exactly the interior of the box when it was a box.
Huh. Did you say that there were other boxes or no? Like chests or
Nope.
no? Okay.
Nope. Just what I described.
Okay. So, Leah, the hell did you find this?
I came across it. Came in handy, right?
Yeah.
Very
Did you ride in on
kind
it when you came to the city, or no?
No.
All right then. The picture said left.
Let's go left.
So you guys are going to.
I'm gonna man one of the oars.
Okay, so
I lift the anchor.
okay, you lift the anchor. The boat starts to move, as there's no one steering the ship, as none of you have any sailing experience, as none of you have sat down at the oars. The ship is now drifting, without direction, and it's not fast. It's not happening fast. It is happening at a somewhat medium rate, but it is happening. What would you guys like to do? And Phoebe, you were raising your hand. Go ahead.
Given my travels, do I have more sailing experience than them?
Do any of you have a sailing background officially on your sheets? On your character
Nope.
sheets? If you do not, none of you have sailing experience. That's how this works. I told you, there was a lot of hand holding last campaign. Not this one. Okay? So
Well, I'm at one of the oars.
yeah. So unfortunately, Phoebe, you do not. Just being on a boat doesn't necessarily mean that you know how to sail one. So it's not to say that any of you have never been on a boat, but given your experiences, you probably never took the time to learn how to sail one, or use anything on a boat, or learn the terminology of a boat. So the next few days is going to be interesting, especially now as the boat is drifting and randomly into a current.
Guys, I think we really need to figure out how this works so we go in the right direction.
Drop the anchor again?
I'll drop the
It
anchor
can't be
again.
that hard.
Okay, Phoebe, you drop the anchor again.
Yes, because I am not listening to what Galen has to say.
All right, so you drop the anchor. This time it takes a little longer, and more rope is actually extended at this point. But eventually, it does hit the bottom of the river, and the boat slowly comes to a stop. And you can now see that the boat is slowly kind of moving back and forth. The river clearly kind of moving this boat in whatever direction it's starting to go. What would you guys like to do? All right, better question. All right. Who is actually steering the boat? All right, Leah.
Is there a wheel or just the oars?
There is a steering. There's a steering oar on the back of the boat. So it does not have. It's not like a large, massive ship where you actually have a steering wheel that actually turns the steering oar. The boat is not it's considered a ship, but it's you actually have to sit in the back of this boat and actually steer while people actually use the oars for forward momentum. So I got Leah. So Leah is at the steering oar. Okay. This is gonna be good. Steering oar. Okay. What is everybody else doing?
I am on one of the oar sets.
All right, Jarina.
Yeah, me.
Jarina is in one of the oar sets. All right, she's sitting on one of his. So I want to put you on first position. We'll call it. Galen.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Galen, you said you were
Oars, yeah.
oars. All right, so Galen.
Or.
Galen will be second position. Phoebe, what are you doing?
Well, I was going to go up and wait until everyone was ready to unfurl the sail.
Okay.
I
So
don't think we should unfurl the sail until we understand how to steer the ship.
Well, that's why I said when we're ready.
all right, we're gonna call you the sail person. We're gonna use super not nautical terms at all because none of you know how to use a ship. So Phoebe's the sail person. Jarena is first position oars. Galen is second position oars. Like you're actually playing an instrument, but you are not. You are using oars. Hope, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go and sit at a set of oars and try and figure it out too.
Okay, you're in third position. Rowan?
I have a question. Is there two separate sections of oars, or just one section, and we have one oar that's hanging over each end of the boat?
Exactly.
That's the way
Yeah, so it is. There is a deck that you could walk on behind and in front of the oars, but you can actually you can sit down and you have one oar on your left, one oar on your right, and you can do this.
I don't think I'm strong enough for this, but I'm very hopeful. So as a dog, I pad down and I sit like a good girl, and then I transform back into Rowan and I grab an oar in each hand.
Okay, so Rowan is in fourth position. Squall, what are you doing?
Is there another oar position left?
There is one oar position left.
Then I'll sit there.
All right. All right. So I think that's everybody. Yeah, everybody's got a job. All right. So here's how this is going to work. Because none of you have any sailing experience at all, there's going to be a series of skill checks. And any of you can do a skill that you think is going to help get the ship moving in the way you need it to move. Unfortunately, because of the lack of sailing skills, these skill checks will be at disadvantage. And each skill check, it's preferable that you try to use a different skill. You can still use the same skill that you used previously, but the DC will increase exponentially. Each day, the longer you are doing skill checks, the DC will also increase, even if you use different ones. So it's the longer you're rowing, the longer you're doing stuff on the ship, it's going to affect you in different ways. Different things may happen during this journey that you are all attempting. Okay?
Galen goes to his pocket, like as he's sitting down, and just before he reaches to the oars, he's like, "You know what? Fine." I reach to my pocket and I get the necklace out, and I'm like, "Can I borrow you for a sec?"
You hear, very well. Have you thought about committing to an arrangement yet between us where I can just further assist you outside of the enhanced strength?
Do you know how boats work? And you hear Galen talking out loud to this
Yeah.
to this necklace. He's not being stealthy at all.
Yeah. Galen, you hear in your head,
I'll take that as a no.
I'm a necklace.
Well, this group keeps getting weirder and weirder.
Alright, well, the strength
Galen, who are you
enhancement will have to
talking
do
to?
for right now. Sorry about this. And I put the
Hey,
necklace
Leah,
on.
check it out. I'm Rowan.
Good job, Rowan.
Get it?
kill me, please. No, and I look at the necklace. No, don't do it.
Galen, make a wisdom saving throw for me, please. You're in daylight, so it is at disadvantage.
17.
17? Okay. So you put it on. You instantly feel the strength return to you. Your strength is now 21. All right. So, who would like to make the first skill check for this leg of the journey? I had a Jarina go up, hand go up. So, okay. So, what skill would you like to use, and why? And better yet, not why, but how. How will you use the skill?
I want to use my strength.
Okay.
Because with going against water, I need to be able to like control the oars.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So make me a strength check at disadvantage.
At disadvantage, I rolled a 12.
Okay. It's actually what you needed. So not ever being in a situation where you had to actually sit and row in a boat. You kind of start testing out the oars, and you start pushing the oars, and you start getting into a rhythm, and the rest of you, Galen, Hope, Rowan, and Squall, you actually watch Jarina start to get these oars in a position where she needs to get them in, and you actually start finding your own rhythm. And just watching her do it and kind of get used to it. Leah, while they're moving, you can actually now see the ship lurching forward in a position, and you start kind of putting some pressure on the actual steering oar to see where you actually have to, to push it to. Which way are you going?
I'm gonna see. I'm gonna loosely hold the direction paddle-y thing. I'm just gonna call it that, and see if it pulls to one direction or the other with the current, and then try to gain control of it that way.
Okay, but which way are you going to steer the ship, left or right?
It's supposed to go left, right?
I don't know. Are you?
We're all supposed to go left. We agree on that. It's the one thing we can all remember.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you start to push the steering mechanical thingy, the official term, to see how it's going against the current, and it's somewhat going against the current, but because everybody's rowing in the proper way, which is amazing. You're actually able to push it and steer it exactly which way you need to go, and you go and you take the left fork, and you all start making your way up this left fork.
I just want to shout out, pull the anchor.
The anchor. Who's gonna pull up the anchor?
Oh yeah.
You're the one who doesn't have oars on, Phoebe.
I'm at sails now.
Yeah, but they're down.
Yeah, the sails are down.
Yeah.
Phoebe, just pull up the anchor, please.
Okay, go.
Yeah, so make a strength check for me, Phoebe. Yeah, there is a little bit of drag. What'd you get, Phoebe?
18.
18, yeah. Yeah, it takes you a minute, but you start pulling the anchor up. Oddly enough, the ship lurches forward. And you guys are now moving at a fairly decent pace. As the ship progresses, both sides of the shore begin to lose much of it, the jungle foliage. And it begins to start to make way to very, very rough and craggy shores filled with like big rocks and boulders. And as you are progressing for the next couple of hours, there seems to actually be less and less shoreline now that you could actually go onto. You can start to see that as the trees disappear and the rocks appear, the rocks are now starting to take up a good portion of the shorelines on both sides. But for the next 4 hours, the ship actually you make some headway without any problems. You're all still kind of like trying to find your way around, this new thing that you're doing. But with some trial and error, you guys make some pretty good progress. At this point in time, it is starting to get dark, and there are no lights to speak of in the area. It is getting to be sundown at this point. What would you guys like to do?
I will cast Dancing Lights.
Okay, you cast dancing lights. There's a nice glow around the ship itself, but you can't see past your dark vision, and even that's a little sketchy because there's just water in front of you and shoreline to the sides, but you don't know how twisty or bendy the actual river gets the further up you go. Rowan and then Phoebe.
Should we just drop anchor and wait out the night?
That sounds like a good idea.
That's what I was going to say. We should take shifts while we take a long rest.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, so you guys are going to take a long rest. You drop anchor. Phoebe, I'm putting you down as sail and anchor person. The official nautical terms. And so you drop the anchor. Anchor does hit the bottom of the river. You guys seem to be making some good headway, but the ship does stop. You can feel the ship kind of lurch to the sides somewhat, even with the anchor down. But it doesn't move from the area that you guys are in. How are you guys going to set up your long rest on the ship? Leah?
I would like to recline to my cabin.
Yeah, as you guys are kind of like the oarers are just kind of like, kind of like, wow, your muscles starting to feel a little stiff, a little sore. Leah just kind of gets up from where she's sitting, walks into the cabin, and closes the door.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I guess that makes her the captain.
I go to the
pocket boat.
Yeah,
It is her pocket boat.
I yell to everyone, I'll take third watch, and I go to the captain's cabin, and I knock
Shouldn't
at
we
the
pull
door.
it? Shouldn't we pull in the oars so the tide does not take them?
That's a
I
good
am going
idea.
to start doing that.
Galen's just gotta keep going.
Okay, so Leah, as you walk into your cabin, and you kind of like looking around, Galen just comes in, opening the door.
Hey, you want to do third watch with me?
Sure.
Cool. I
I'm gonna
close the
snoop
door.
around the cabin and see if there's any stuff in there.
I
No.
close the door.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. And Galen's just kind of very Kramer-esque, from Seinfeld. He just kind of like opens the door. Hey, want to do third watch? Okay, slams the door closed and just goes back out onto the deck with everybody else. Leah, you look around the cabin. It's pretty plain. Like there's nothing there. There is actually an oil lantern in the cabin, but there's only the bed, the desk, and a chair behind the desk, and that's it. There are portholes on the both left and right side of the cabin, but that's about it.
Do you think I could chat to Doris a little bit and ask him what the hell he thinks is going on?
Yeah, sure. As soon as you think it, he's kind of like leaning up against the wall. He's kind of looking around. He's like, "This is very nice.
It is, right?
This is very. I would even go so far as to call it very plush."
Pocket boat did not disappoint.
No, not at all. And you called that. You said this was a boat. I thought you would say one of the words and like gold would kind of like start coming out from the box or something, which would also equally be good.
A gold fountain would have been pretty good.
Yes, but this is not bad either. This is not bad either. I hope you can turn it back, because if this is a portable thing, this is great. You know you could charge people for trips on the magic boat.
It is a nice boat.
It is. So how are you feeling about all this?
Well, it's a convenient boat that we needed at just the right time when we ran out of land. I mean, can't go wrong with that.
No.
We just have to learn how to sail. Any advice?
No.
You'll drown along with us. It'll be fun.
Well, I mean, yeah, we're all learning something. I mean, really, but no. Seriously, though, I mean, how are you feeling about these people?
Still not sure about some of them. Jarena has saved my life twice now.
Yes, she's.
Galen, of course, the drow we always get along with.
Yes, yeah, of course. Yes, yeah, the gray one she seems to be a good egg. I like her. The pale crazy one. She's going to kill us in our sleep, you know.
Which one is that?
Do I really have? What?
The runner?
No, the pale crazy one. She was posing the dead bodies. She was.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
We're all gonna wake up dead. You know that, right?
Well, let's think cautiously, that's all.
Oh.
We'll put bells on the door.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. Definitely traps. Lots and lots of traps. Yeah. But no. We'll stay with them for as long as we can, and see what we can get from them.
So far, so good. There is safety in numbers.
This is very true, and you could also use them as meat shields.
If necessary.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it doesn't come to that. They seem
Oh,
like
oh.
a nice bunch.
Of course not. We don't wish the title of meat shield upon people. It is thrust upon them.
This is true.
Yes.
So far, so good.
So yes, absolutely. But yes, no, just keep an eye on the crazy pale one though. That's the only advice I could give you. On this ship. I don't know anything about ships.
Well, we'll enjoy the ship while we have it.
Absolutely. No, it's been a pleasure cruise for me so far. I haven't had to do anything.
We can help steer tomorrow so we don't hit the rocks.
I'm not as strong as you are, but I can supervise.
Or just be supported.
Absolutely. I believe in you. You're doing well.
Excellent.
Yes.
Good.
See, I'm practicing for tomorrow. It'll be great.
Encouragement.
Excellent. Well,
Okay.
all right. So you bed down for the evening. I'll keep an ear out. Make sure.
Watch the crazy one.
Oh yeah, I'll make sure we wake up alive. But remember, you have third watch with the young drunk one. So
Yes.
all right. So as that happens, what are the rest of you doing?
I am continuing to pull the oars in so that they don't get swept away by the current.
Okay.
And then I'm
I'll
gonna
help.
set up my bedroll outside, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, there's like deck space in front of the cabin. That's big enough for you guys to kind of lay out a bedroll and just kind of lay there. You're not gonna like be on top of each other because it is about, what is it again? I think it's 6 foot wide. Oh no, it's 8 foot wide and 6 foot deep. So yeah, you have a little.
There's a cargo hold, right?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
I would like to take a first watch.
Okay.
I'll take it with you, Jarina, if you want.
So
Okay.
so Jarina and Rowan.
Yeah. Is Maya still
You
flying
hesitated.
about?
As you guys are setting up to take your first watch, you hear and you look up, and like perched on the top of the mast is Maya, just kind of like looking down at you.
There she is. What a good girl. I reach into my hat and say Rat and Sylvan, and I throw it at her.
All right. Yeah. So first thing is make a dexterity check for me. This is to see if you actually can catch the rat as you summon it. What was that?
14.
14. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, as you summon it, you kind of stick your hand in and grab as quickly as you can, and you feel that squishy, as you pull it out, it's trying to bite you. You immediately toss it up in the air at Maya, and as you toss it at her, she just kind of looks at you, and she just flies away, and she flies to the top of the cabin. And she's just kind of looking down as the rat drops onto the deck and just skitters away. And then she starts tracking it, disappears into the dark, and you can hear a slight crunch. And then you watch Maya fly back up to the mast of the ship, but she's like giving you the stink eye, Rowan. Like you just threw a rat at her.
Cool. Hey, does she eat frogs?
I don't know.
Was it some like part of her diet?
I've never given her frogs. I know that she's eaten mice before and jerky and, fresh game. But I don't know about frogs. They might be too slimy.
See, I say Frog and Sylvan, and I reach into the hat.
Okay. Make another dexterity
And I pull-
check. Yeah, make another dexterity check for me.
Ooh, 19.
19. Yeah, you're able to pull a frog out of the hat. It is actively trying to get away from you.
I toss it in the air.
At Maya?
In her direction, not at her this time.
Okay. You toss it in a direction. She is like as you're doing this and she's giving you the stink eye, and you do this and you toss it at her, she kind of like backs up a little bit and then just watches the frog and it just land on the ground. And now the frog is a bit stunned, but it's just like trying to move away. She looks at you and kind of cocks her head a little bit, and then she flies down to the frog, lands in front of it, and then she takes one of her claws and just starts pushing it. And she's like, and it's
If
just
you don't want it, hun, we'll just put it in the river.
and she just keeps pushing it, and the frog is just like it's trying to now actively get away from her, and she just pushes it in the water and then flies back up to the mast.
Stop.
So it's a no-go with the frogs then. I won't try bats.
Please don't. Let's just
Okay.
let's just enjoy it. Why don't you just draw the surroundings so that we can have these memories?
That's such a great idea. I take out my sketchbook and I do exactly that.
Okay. Yeah, she starts sketching while you guys are on watch. So I need both of you to make perception checks for me while you're on watch. Because Rowan is actively sketching, you're going to make it independently because nobody's helping each other here. Jarina, what'd you get?
11.
11. Rowan?
Is it perception?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 11 as well.
11 as well? Okay. So Rowan is just sitting there. She's kind of sketching out things around her, the boat. She's every now and then she's looking up at Maya. She's sketching Maya. And Jarina, you're just kind of like, you're looking around and, you know, trying to kind of pay attention to your surroundings. It is pitch black out here. It is dark. Galen has not kept up the dancing lights, so it is just dark, and you can see just up to the extent of your dark vision. So you're actually just looking in shades of gray at this point. And at this point, you both can't even see the shoreline. You can just see the water, partially around the ship. You can hear the waves lapping. And every now and then, in the distance, in the far distance, not close, at least it doesn't sound close, you can hear in the distance. It's definitely not loud enough to like wake everybody up. But you both are on watch, so you can kind of hear it off in the distance.
Should we ask Galen to turn off these dancing lights?
Oh no, they're off. They're on.
Oh, they're off?
Yeah, they're.
Oh, so we have no lights going on the deck?
No, you can see you all have dark vision, so you can only see about 60 feet out from where you're sitting. And since there's no light, everything is in shades of gray right now. So you can kind of see the water lapping a little bit. You can definitely see the deck and everyone, laying down around you. But you cannot see the shore from where you're at.
Okay. So there's a beastie.
Do I recognize that growl kind of thingy?
Make a nature check for me.
Can I make a nature check as well?
Sure.
I rolled a 10.
Okay, Rowan?
Hang on, I gotta check.
Okay.
15.
15?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jarina, you don't know what the hell that is. Rowan, you're not entirely sure exactly what it is, but it does sound possibly like some kind of large four-legged, maybe like cat creature. You're not sure. And you're kind of guessing and basing this off of the sound it made, some of the things that you've read about large jungle creatures in the past, but you couldn't put your finger on exactly what it is. But
okay.
It sounds pretty large, whatever it is.
I think it's some kind of huge cat creature, but I could be wrong.
Okay, let's just let Next Watch know about it when we get relieved.
I try to stay as quiet as I can then.
Okay. as your watch comes to a close, outside of what you'd heard, nothing happens. Who has second watch? I know who has third watch. Hope and Phoebe. Okay.
As they come to relieve us, I let them know about the growl sound that we heard.
All right, we'll keep our eyes open for it.
Rowan thinks it might be a big cat thing, but just yeah.
On the water?
No, probably from the shore. We can't see the shore right now. It's too dark.
Okay.
Okay. So Phoebe and Hope. You both can make perception checks for me, or one of you can assist the other for advantage. What do you guys want to do?
I am doing it individually.
Okay. So you both roll individually. Hope, what did you get?
13.
Okay. Phoebe?
20 not.
Okay. Similar situation. You both can only see up to the 60 feet of your dark vision. You cannot see the shoreline from where you're both sitting, and there's no lights to speak of. There are some starlight. The moons are not full. They are. They're. I always get it wrong. I always get this mixed up, Maxine. They're not full. Put it to you that way. I don't want to say the wrong thing. And but there is some starlight, so you can see some of like the reflections of the starlight on the water. Over the course of the evening, not much else happens. You do both hear the same sound that Jarena and Rowan heard somewhere in the distance. You also hear a secondary sound in the distance as well, sounding like
Sasquatch.
No, that's a lot of like sticks banging together and clicks, right? That's how you find a Sasquatch, or that's how they communicate.
Sometimes
Yeah.
they howl and make growly noises too.
Okay. So, but outside of those strange noises, your watch comes to a conclusion with no problem. Last watch, Galen and Leah.
We tell them what we heard as well.
Okay.
Cool.
Wonderful. So we're gonna set up watch from the deck.
Okay. So you guys set up watching the deck. Are you doing anything in particular, or just going to just watch?
We'll watch.
Okay.
Yeah, we watch.
All right. So both of you roll perception checks for me, please. Leah?
9.
9.
We're
Galen?
getting eaten by Sasquatch, aren't we?
Galen?
19.
19. Okay. Leah, you're just kind of like looking around. It's a little disconcerting, how dark it is. You can definitely see again up to your dark vision, but you can't even see the shoreline. You don't hear it initially until Galen points it out to you. But Galen, you do hear what sounds like right on the shoreline.
Do I see the shoreline?
You
Remember, I have greater, darker vision.
Actually, yes, that's true. You are the only one that can actually see both sides of the shoreline, but just barely. Like they're just coming into view. You don't see it, but you can hear what sounds like coming from just off the shoreline. Um, it sounds like growling and fighting between some kind of creatures. And you point this out to Leah. Leah, you can't see anything. But Galen, you can see. What you can see is some kind of debris getting knocked into the water from the shore, from whatever is going on, and you can hear the. But you can't see exactly what's happening, and you can just see the debris getting knocked into the water from whatever activity is happening. This goes on for probably a good 10 minutes, and then suddenly stops.
Good thing we were in the river. We didn't try to land on the shore.
Could you see anything?
Nothing particular, but I could definitely see that some things were fighting.
Let's hope they can't swim.
Yeah. So, Leah, do you still have that necklace?
Oh no, the ogre almost ripped my arm off getting it back.
Oh, that's why he was attacking your arm. That actually explains it. Huh.
I think he would have took my arm with it if he could have.
Hmm.
What do you think of Pocket Boat?
Pocket boat's awesome. Aside from the fact that none of us know how to fucking row it, I think it's a pretty good, convenient thing.
We're doing okay. We haven't hit anything. Maybe we can catch some fish too.
True. I am running out of booze. I mean, I do have a brewer supply, but I don't actually have the ingredients.
I don't have any ingredients.
Oh well. Luckily, I got this thing, and you see him kind of like have this like. It sounds empty, but you kind of see him have like this this little not bottle. What am
It's
what
a,
am I looking
it's a
for?
gourd.
Yeah, this gourd in my hands, and I kind of shake it, but you don't hear anything. Like you don't hear any splashing or anything. By any chance, because I do have another necklace. While we were furiously fighting over the ogres, Rowan mentioned the necklace. So, would you be interested in having one?
It gave me super strength.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go wrong with that.
Yeah. You want it?
Okay.
However, there's a little bit of a price.
I have 2 dice.
I look down. I'm like, no, not that. I have to do pretty dangerous and intense work. Where I'm going is very dangerous. Clearly, for my species, I have to go to the capital of an empire that hate drow. But I've noticed how you fight, and you kind of fight almost like a thief, but also a soldier. It's a little confusing, but I would like to know how to properly work and act like a thief. Don't worry, I know most of the basic stuff, but I'm essentially asking you to train me a little bit in exchange for this necklace.
For the super strength necklace?
Oh, there's much more. I actually attuned to this thing. There's a lot more. I can do a lot more, like revive you and whatnot, and heal you.
Well, I do keep dying a lot. So.
Yeah. Everybody, you seem to. Everything just seems to target you or hone into you. So Powerful necklace for some training in your arts.
Well, I have trained with Drow before, and I get along well with your people.
I
So-
raise an eyebrow, and then he stops and he thinks, that makes sense. I was wondering why you never were a little bit surprised about seeing a drow when we first met. Makes a little bit of sense.
She chuckles and just looks at him and says, I think we can work something out.
Alrighty then. In agreement?
Yes?
Alright. I shake your hand, and and in my hand I have the necklace, so I pretty much give it to you as we shake hands. So, once this night's over, how are we going to start this training?
You start training now. Rule number 1, everything is trapped. Everything. And then after you check for traps, you check again.
Okay then. And DM, I'm guessing for the rest of the night, while we're still watching, she's kind of like teaching me lessons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's going over some fairly basic stuff for her, but some of it's pretty interesting for you. Like, oh, okay, okay. Leah, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
$16.
16. Okay. As you tell him and you kind of start giving him this information, there's kind of like a pause, and while it's very obvious Galen is trying to kind of like commit to memory what you're saying, but is clearly drunk. And you hear in your mind, so are you to be my new master currently now?
My eyes get very wide and I say, Varys, are you okay?
Then you hear, it's not me.
Do you hear that?
Yes, I heard that, but... And then you hear, who are you talking to? I'm in your hand.
Jennifer.
What did you say?
Said, how you doing? You seem like you're nodding off.
No, I meant at a game. Like I couldn't hear what you said through the microphone.
You said identify yourself.
Well, this very quickly. Okay, so let's get to know each other. I am the Troger Skull Necklace, and you would be?
Leah.
A pleasure to meet you, Leah. You are to be my new master, I assume.
Leah, you okay?
Your necklace is talking to me.
Oh, yeah, he does that.
So then you won't be upsetted by this conversation.
No, not really. For a second there, I thought you were teaching me thieves' cant, but now I'm starting to realize otherwise.
It's dueling voices in my head. We'll be alright. You keep a sharp eye out.
Alright. I get up and start looking over the deck while she has her introduction conversation with the necklace.
So, unlike your companion, are you willing to commit to working with me as I grant you the abilities that you might need to further your goals?
What abilities would these be other than the super strength which I'm aware of?
Well, think of it in terms of I can't really give you all my secrets until you're willing to commit to working together. It's sort of a bond that we need to do. I believe some call it attunement, but if you're willing to commit to this, I will of course share my gifts, all the skills that I can bestow upon you, and we can work together to further your needs.
And what would the price be? What would you expect in return?
Oh, I just expect us to work together, to move towards similar goals. My goal is to assist those who would use me in the fashion that I was made for. I was made to assist others, to enhance their strength, to enhance their abilities, to make sure that nothing could stand in your way. Should you want to meet certain goals, I could give you those abilities. That is my purpose. That is what I am here to do. As long as you are willing to use me in that fashion, then we will have no issues. We will have no problems. However, if I keep getting passed from person to person, and no one's willing to make a commitment to use me, then I go unfulfilled. My purpose is not met.
Give me a moment.
Of course.
I'm gonna confer with Varys very quickly. Varys, what do you think?
That sounds a bit sketchy to me. I'm not going to lie.
It does.
Do I notice her say Varys? Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
I look at her curiously because I'm like, that can't be the necklace, isn't it? What? And
I'm just throwing around names for the boat.
Ah, right. Do I believe her?
Make an insight check. Leah, make a deception check. Galen, what'd you get?
I got a 20 non-nat.
Leah, what'd you get?
14.
14. No, she's not being entirely forthright with you.
I raise an eyebrow, but I continue with my shift.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't trust anything that talks to you that you're not familiar with.
We could use the strength and the extra healing.
That's true. I wouldn't rush into it. Just give it some thought.
Okay. So we'll hang on to the necklace stuff.
All right. So what are you going to do with it?
I'm going to keep it in my pocket.
Okay. Yeah, you put it in your pocket. No problem. As you finish up, and the end of your watch comes to a conclusion, it is now morning. As you all rise from your long rest, you now are at full HP. You have your spell slots back, all that good stuff, and this is where we're going to go on break. So, so just very quickly for everybody, just a reminder, when we go on break, we are actually going to be putting up a poll, and the poll is going to be for you to tell me when I should stream for you, a Q&A session. There's going to be 3 options. You'll see you need to be in the chat. You're going to need to choose option 1, 2, or 3. You can just put the numbers 1, 2, or 3. And the poll will start to tally that. And by the end of the break, we'll know when I'm going to be streaming a Q&A session for everybody. All right. So I want to thank you guys for sticking with us so far. We'll see when we come back. We will see where we're at as far as where these non-sailors, how these non-sailors are going to continue their trip back up into the Ustaloch, which is where they're headed. So,
Hey, DM?
yes.
One quick question.
Yeah, shoot.
Is there a dead Sasquatch on the shore?
Make a perception check.
13.
13. You do not see a dead Sasquatch. Sorry. All right.
Okay.
So now we're going to go a break. All right. So make sure you vote in the poll. Let us know what you think. And when we come back from break, you'll see we'll have the results of the poll and we'll take it from there. All right. So we'll be back soon. All right. We're clear. pee break. Pee break. Everybody be back. It's 9:40. Try to be back 5 to 10 if you can. Oh. Having fun? Hello, everybody. We're back. All right. So, thank you for partaking in the poll. It looks like the results of the poll are in. That's probably the easiest voting you'll do this year. It looks like this Sunday at 6 p.m. I will be chatting with all of you. So make sure you bring your questions, make sure you bring your comments, your concerns, all the things that you want to know, whether they be about the game, whether it be about us streaming, about us personally, whatever the questions or comments may be, bring them to this channel at 6 p.m. this Sunday, and I will do my best to answer them. And we'll get to know each other, we'll get to talk to each other, and we'll go from there. So thank you for participating in the poll. Thank you for helping to grow this channel by participating in those ways. So, and then as a reminder, next week at our break, we will be doing our giveaway for the D&D starter set. So make sure that you come by for that. That'll be fun. And then based on that giveaway, we'll start talking about other giveaways. And our sub goal will also start. You'll start seeing what the sub goal is and how we're meeting that for 50 subs. And again, remember, we get to 50 subs, you guys will be able to help me make an NPC and develop an NPC that will be in this game. So that'll be fun. All right. Okay. So moving on from there. It is now morning. You have all woken up on this magic ship. The daylight is yours. The day is yours. It's time to move on from this area.
Ugh, daylight.
Says Galen. Disgustedly. Okay, so this is the second part of the second skill challenge for getting you guys up this river to the Ustaloch. Who is going to do it? What skill? Anyone? Don't all rush at the same time. Leah?
I'm gonna continue steering.
Okay.
We haven't hit anything yet.
Okay.
I'll give it a go.
Okay, actually, so you know what? Alright, so this is what we'll do. So Leah, what skill are you going to use in your steering? And by that I mean, like, you have a list of skills on your character sheet. You can use any of those skills, or you can use something that uses strength or dexterity or one of your other things that you would have to roll. So Jarina's already used strength.
I was going to use athletics. It takes a little bit of finesse to try to steer the rudder.
Okay, it's still strength based. That's still strength based. So the DC is definitely going to increase. So you'll roll me an athletics check at disadvantage. And Squall, what would you like to try and do?
I still want acrobatics.
In what way?
I'm flexing my whole body into this oar in a very exaggerated fashion.
That's a little difficult because it wouldn't be acrobatics. Acrobatics is like dodging something or getting out of the way of something very quickly. Rowing is a very strength-based kind of thing. Now, again, not to say that you can't use it, but it will increase the DC, the difficulty challenge, pretty high. It'll make it pretty high. So you can still do it, but if you can find a different skill to use.
Well, then, I mean, the only other thing I would think of is just using athletics. Mainly
Okay.
because it's what I know.
All right. So there's 2 people using athletics. These are gonna be very high DCs. So you can definitely roll. You can roll the athletics checks, both of you with disadvantage. Actually, since you're helping, I will say that gives Leah advantage, which just makes it a singular roll. Okay? So
Leah with a single roll.
yeah. So Leah, just make 1 roll for your athletics. And what'd you get?
16.
16. Okay. So, this is what happens. As you are all rowing and making your way currently up, a number of you are very sore from the day's previous rowing, an activity that you're all not used to. And unfortunately, due to the soreness and the stiffness, the rowing is not as uniform as it was yesterday. And because of this, Leah, you are also having a difficult time steering. Another thing you are starting to realize and see is that there are rocks that are starting to jut out of the water. And with that unfortunate failure on the check, the ship is now hitting these rocks. There are going to be 5 separate rolls to see how much damage as the ship takes 5 separate hits. And depending on how these rolls turn out, will make things happen or not happen. So we're gonna start with Yes, Rowan?
Can I heal people of their soreness or no? With your wounds.
It's not necessarily a wound. It's just kind of like they're stiff. You know, their HP is not down at all. So unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to do it that way. Phoebe?
I just want to say that as they were sitting down, I didn't get a chance to say it. I had already lifted up the anchor.
Okay. Yeah, that's not an issue. The anchor is lifted. I'm going to assume, given that was a thing that happened yesterday, that you've learned that lesson, and the anchor will always be pulled up now. However, we are going to have to roll some rolls to see where this goes. So, Jarena, I need you to roll me a d6, please.
That one.
Okay. Galen, please roll me a d6.
I don't know if it's good or bad, but I also rolled an nat one.
Okay. Hope, d6, please.
That one.
Okay. Rowan. D6.
Nat 1! critical fail.
Well, on D6s, one's just a one. Squall.
Come on, give us a 1.
I was muted 4.
4. Okay. Okay. All right. So the boat takes 8 points of damage. And you are starting to see that there are cracks forming on the sides, and there is a little bit of water that is starting to pour in from the side. Okay. On the left side of the ship. It's not like gushing in, but you can start to see little trickles of water starting to come through this crack on the side of the boat.
Anybody know how to close that up? Just saying.
Can I ask something?
Go ahead, Phoebe.
Do I see any, like, lumber or wood lying around?
Just the ship. So, it's. I'll put it to you this way. So the first 4 hours of you traveling, you're hitting these massive rocks that are now starting to jut out of the water, and you hit 5 of them. And the first 4 hits seemed pretty light, but it was that last hit that caused the crack. And at about hour 4, that's when it happened. There is some water now trickling into the boat. And again, it's not like massive, but you figure over time that might become a problem.
Are we starting to see shoreline yet, or is it still rocky and craggy?
There is, at this point, it looks like the shore is now giving way to massive walls of rock, and there are like some jutting pieces of land out from these rocks that could be considered part of the shore, that are above the water, but there's not a shoreline per se. There is just like random pieces of land that are up just above the water that you could either dock at or make landing at if you wanted to, but there's not like an extensive piece of shore anymore on either side.
Captain, I think we need to dock. By Captain, I mean Leah.
I think you have a good point.
Okay. I'll say Leah. Leah and Phoebe, make a perception check for me, please.
Oh, quick question. I just remembered. Before we all rode out, what died? Did we see a dead body last night?
Nope. You didn't see anything.
No, I meant when we woke up and we started getting everything.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, you didn't see. You looked on the shoreline. Rowan actually, she actually rolled a perception check. Okay. While she was specifically looking for a Bigfoot, not only did she not see a Bigfoot, she did not see anything else of any interest.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to check. I didn't remember.
Okay, no worries. Leah, what did you get? 19. Phoebe?
20.
Okay, as you're starting to continue to move forward, you can see maybe 50 or 60 feet, 60, actually more like 100 feet, to the western shore, even though it does look like, like almost like rock, sheer rock walls that are kind of like craggy and pretty massive. You can see on the western shore there are there's some land, extensive amounts of land that are like pulling out from the side of the shore, and what looks like a cave entrance to that shore on where that shore land is kind of up from the water. And it looks like if you wanted to, you could actually dock or at least run the ship aground in that area to either make repairs or what have you. Jarina?
Is there anything on the eastern shore?
There's maybe like very, very small pieces of land sticking out. No cave entrances that can be seen. Mostly like jagged rock face walls. You figure if you try to run the boat aground, the land is not high enough for that to work, and the ship might actually just kind of skip over it and continue. What would you guys like to do?
I just want to remind everybody that the fixer did, like, urge us to stay away from the western side of the river, but I see that there's no, like, way to go there, so if we just proceed cautiously, I would like to not die.
Should we slow down?
We can run the ship aground and shrink it back to a box. Maybe it'll self-repair if we open the box back up.
I'd like to try to fix it before we try to close it down, but I think we should also have quick escape and jumping back on the leaky boat instead of no boat.
All right.
So what's the plan, guys?
Going to the western shore to dock and try to see if we could get repairs done.
Okay. So even with all of the soreness and the straining and everything you guys have been doing in the last 4 hours, you are able to make it and steer the ship enough to get it to that piece of land. And as you do, you actually do run the ship somewhat aground. And much like when you first opened up the ship, from being a box, it is now half on the land, half on the water. But it's not moving because it's been kind of run aground. What would you guys like to do now?
Galen, not knowing how to put things together or fix things, he's just gonna stay out of everyone's way and start stretching his muscles, because he's gotta probably get back to rowing the boat at some point. So he's gonna try to stretch out his muscles a bit.
Fair enough. You definitely all can see this large cave opening. It doesn't seem like it's actually like a made opening. It just seems like there's definitely like rocks that have fallen away, and you can see cracks emanating from the sides of this opening. It is not a perfectly like domed or doorway looking opening at all. It's just it just looks like it's been, the side of this rock wall has caved open for some reason, either through like earthquakes or pressure from the water at some point. But this opening is very clearly there and big enough for maybe about 7 or 8 feet tall and maybe 4 or 5 feet wide.
Is there clay on the land that we're standing on, or is it sand, or is it just shale?
It's kind of like a mixture between sand and shale.
Okay, so no, if I dig a little bit, I'm not going to reach clay.
I don't know. You could try.
Rowan digs a little bit with her hands to see if she can find any clay where they landed.
Make an investigation check for me.
Hope wanted to say something.
25.
25? No, it just seems like more shale, more sand. Hope?
Yeah, I asked Leah if she knows much about the spell for the boat, whether or not the boat will repair itself, and if it needs a certain amount of time, things like that.
I really don't know. It's something I'd rather close up the boat when we know that we're safe.
I mean, considering we can't even really use it right now, I would suggest we close it up and then try and open it back up.
I cannot find components to fix it. I would try to patch the holes with clay as a short-term quick fix. That's all I can think of doing.
The only way to find any sort of clay substance would be in bodies of lakes and small bodies of water, not shores.
My idea would be sap, tree sap.
There are no trees, though. Are there trees?
No, there's no trees to speak of. It's mostly just rock at this point.
Wait, Rowan, as you kind of see me be doing like a downward dog yoga pose, can't you grow a tree or something? Ugh.
I can grow grasping vines to hold enemies down. I mean, I've never used it to repair anything.
I thought druids could grow trees or something. I don't know. And now he's in a completely weird yoga pose as well.
How big is the hole?
It's not even a hole, it's like a slight crack. And water is starting to trickle from that crack now. It's not a hole at all. It is just like a crack in the wood. And there's water starting to, you can see, and again, it's not like a gushing water. It's just like, every now and then you can see water just coming through the crack.
And it's in the bottom of the boat?
It's in the bottom left-hand side of the boat. As a matter of fact, it would probably be around where Galen is sitting, where the oars are, where his oars are.
I have a leather water skin. Could I use that to stuff the hole?
Again, it's not a hole. Like it's just a crack. Like it's not even wide. It's just a crack in the wood.
So could I stuff it with the leather from my water skin to kind of plug it?
You could try if you wanted to. So I will say, make me. I'd probably say this is an intelligence check to see how well you could figure this would hold, how long it will hold, if it will hold at all.
I'm curious, is my stretching actually doing anything to relax my muscles?
Sure.
No, I'm just asking, do I have to roll a Medicaid or something, or...
Roll for Medicaid? No, you don't have to roll for Medicaid.
Okay, well, meds, I don't know, not Medicaid, what? I can't
Medicine.
think today.
For Medicaid,
Medicine.
you just fill out a form, sweetie.
Yeah, and
General aid. General aid.
General aid.
and for Drow, because you're so long-lived, I think you actually have to wait till you're like 120 before you qualify.
Not that. For fuck's
And then they're
sake.
gonna say you have pre-existing conditions.
Could I roll medicine? Or
Common, can you speak it?
No, I cannot.
No, you don't have to roll for a medicine check. The stretching seems to be working fine. I mean, you still have some stiff and sore muscles, but, it is what it is.
Okay, just checking.
Okay, Jarina?
So ahead of us in the river, there's more of those rocks coming up from the top, right? Of the water?
No, the rocks are actually starting to protrude from the water. And it's not like, it's not like here's a rock, here's a rock, here's a rock. There's a rock, and then You go for a little further, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes down. There's another one that's jutting from the water. You've been traveling for 4 hours. This has been over the course of 4 hours. It wasn't like boom, boom, boom of hitting the rock. It was like, oh, there's a rock. Boom. Fuck, we hit the rock. An hour went by. Boom, we hit another rock. Shit. Okay. It's kind of like that.
Gotcha. How strong is the current?
It's not a super strong current. It's strong enough to still move the bolt with all of you very lightly. And if you let it, it could take over the direction your boat is going. But it's not like if you jump in the water, you're going to be carried away very quickly.
Okay. Guys, watch my stuff. And I strip down to, like, my undershirt and, like, my shorts. And I jump in the water, and I want to just go down, like, just a little bit to see what's ahead. And
Well,
then
how far do you want to go?
About, like, 5-10 minutes, and then come back.
That's going to be pretty far.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. Because you are now an individual being carried by water. You are also swimming.
I can help.
You are swimming in that direction, so you will go a little faster, and getting back might be a little more difficult.
I can help. I transform into a dog.
Rowan transforms into a dog.
Then I go over to the water, and I lay down like she's gonna climb on me.
Okay.
I take out a piece of jerky,
Uh-huh.
and I give it to Rowan. I pat her on the head, and I tell her, maybe this isn't a good idea.
Okay.
All right. Are there any, like, there's no branches or, like, rocks or anything like that, right? Around?
There's plenty of rocks. Well,
I'm gonna take a small rock and I'm gonna throw it. I'm gonna go fetch.
do you go after it?
I can't suppress it. I jump after it.
Okay, where did you throw it, Jarina? Did you throw it in the water, or
Yeah, why not?
you go diving into the water?
Trying to kill me.
You go diving into the water. Make an athletics checks for me, Rowan.
I have to look up bull mastiff information.
Yeah,
So, give me a second.
just mastiff. Yeah.
Sorry, mastiff. Do. I'm gonna. Okay, so athletics check.
Uh huh.
I'm a medium beastie.
Yes.
Athletics, skills, senses, language. Is it strength, dex?
It's strength. It's strength based. So whatever the plus
Okay.
is to the strength for the mastiff.
15.
15? Oh yeah, easily enough. You dive into the water. You find massive amount of different river stones, but clearly see the one that Jarina threw. Grab it in your mouth. Swim back up to the surface. The water threatens to kind of pull you slightly, but you're as a mastiff, you're way too strong, and you kind of doggy paddle back to her, get back up onto the small piece of land, and drop the stone at her feet.
Okay, can you smell anything, like creatures or anything like that around? Like,
Make a perception check.
Okay. Ooh. Uh, 21.
21. There is a. You don't smell any creatures that you're familiar with, but there is a odd smell. Coming from the cave entrance. It seems to be actually emanating from the cave, and it's almost got like this weird, almost like a mixture between rubber and bacon smell. Like it's just like this odd smell, and it's coming from. It's just, and it's not a terrible smell. It's just weird. And it's coming from the cave entrance.
Rowan, as a dog, growls and points at the cave, Winter style.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Guys, I think Rowan smells something funny from the cave over there. I think we should probably stay away from it.
Wasn't planning on having a vacation there.
Leah, what did you get for your intelligence roll with the leather? Trying to get the leather.
So is it just the top one where it says intelligence?
Yeah, you're just gonna add. You're gonna roll your d20 and add whatever your modifier is. So whatever the plus is.
So it was 6. I have no modifier.
So was that 6 or 16?
16.
16. Okay. Yeah, you can see that. You kind of. It's strange. So the crack is not very, very wide, but you realize that if you take your dagger and start to kind of slowly jam the pieces of leather into the crack itself, even though you're widening the crack somewhat, the leather is actually now starting to plug that crack, and very, very quickly, you get the impression that this will probably hold for a while, because the crack is not, there's not a lot of pressure from the water trying to actually push in at the moment.
Okay.
So what would you guys like to do?
I want to put my armor and my clothes back on.
Yep, simple enough. Anybody else?
I asked the group if they want me to check out the cave just to see.
No.
Knock yourself out.
I want to get back on the boat.
You're a dog.
Are you tugging on me?
No, I just jumped back on the boat.
Yep, easy enough. Anybody else?
I go back on the boat.
Okay. Is anybody not going back on the boat? Okay, it looks like everybody's going on the boat. All right. So, the boat is still somewhat on shore. You guys are on the boat. What's next?
Someone's got to push it into the water.
You're a dog.
I mean, roof. Roof.
Well, first we have to push it back into the water, and then we have to find a way to double back and get back on the route that we were on.
Is there a ladder on the boat that for like easy access in and out that we've been using, or no?
Nope. The ship, it's not very tall. Like, you don't need like a gangplank to get on the ship. You can climb up fairly easily and jump over the side.
Okay, I was just checking.
It's pretty easy for me to push the boat and still get on it without failing. So I don't mind pushing.
It's also still anchored, so we won't be drifting away.
You know. So you can like pull the anchor, and then I could push it.
I'll help Squall. Once he's done pushing, I'll help Squall like in the boat, like get in the boat.
Okay.
I can teleport.
Well, now that's over with. We have to figure a way to get back on route.
All right. So let's do things one at a time. So Squall.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave my echo on the boat, and I'm gonna get out of the boat and push the boat, and then as soon as the boat dislodges, I'm gonna just teleport to boat.
Okay. You put your Echo in the boat. No, the Echo just kind of like looks around, looks at you, kind of nods. You start pushing the boat. Make an athletics check for me.
Mm-hmm.
I want to look at the Echo, and I want to poke at it.
7.
7. Okay, two things happen. Galen, you go up to the Echo and you're staring at it, and you poke it, and as you poke it, it's like poking a person. It's like you literally like feel a person, and as you poke it, it turns around and gives you a dirty look. At the same time, you hear Squall going, and not having any luck whatsoever pushing this boat back into the water.
I look over and see him struggling. I go, "You all right?"
Yeah, I'm fine, and I'm just gonna try again.
All right,
Leah,
DC's increased. Go for it. Athletics check.
Okay, yeah.
Leah, you want to help?
20, not natural.
I'm steering the boat.
Okay, at this point, Squall just kind of digs his feet into the shale, and he just starts pushing and pushing and pushing, and now you can actually see the boat dislodging some of the shale and dirt and sand, and now it's sliding back into the water, and it's slowly making its way in. You teleport, switching places with your Echo.
Yes.
Okay. You switch and you teleport, and slowly as you're moving away, the Echo is just like looking around, and then just kind of cocks his head at you as you're walking away, and then goes like this right before he disappears.
Be like that.
I poke at Squall.
Yeah, it feels like Squall.
Why are you poking me?
I just shrug, and then I go back to my place with the oars. All right, are we steering this thing?
Okay. All right. So now we are at the third skill challenge. DCs have increased. Just as a reminder, DC is abbreviation for difficulty challenge. So the DC is increased for the third one. I need somebody to roll another skill check for this. I got Leah holding her hand up, and Hope.
Can I put on the necklace?
Sure, you can put on the necklace.
Yes, out of anxiety and desperation, I put on the necklace because I don't want to mess up the boat.
Okay, you put the necklace on, your strength increases to 21. I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Nice.
19? Okay. Leah, what skill are you going to attempt to use for the skill check? Now, again, you can use what you've previously used before. That will make the DC very, very high. Or you could use another skill, which is still increased, but it won't be as increased as a skill you've already used.
The skill I used last time was acrobatics. I mean, athletics, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does performance do?
Performance. It's like if you're singing or dancing, playing an instrument.
Survival?
Okay. Explain how you would use that.
Well, I'm kind of panicking because our boat had a little crack in it. So I'm in survival mode, and I would like to use that as my motivation to steer this boat correctly.
Okay.
How do I change that?
I'm sorry?
I need to change those stats again.
Oh, yeah. Just go click on your strength and you should see temporary. I think it's temporary override.
Little
Hope.
dice rolled up in the corner, and I don't know where they came from.
Okay.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hope. You said you wanted to help as well. What would you like to bring to this? Hope.
I'm sorry, what?
You said you wanted to help too. What would you like to bring to this?
I'm gonna do a dexterity roll.
How? Like what? Explain what it is that you are trying to do dexterous in this situation to help.
Well, I was at the oars last time, so I was thinking I go back to that and just try and steer us in the right direction with the oars.
The oars, that's mainly the oars are not used for steering, they're just used for propulsion, and that's mainly like a strength-based thing. So again, you could try rolling a strength-based check like everybody else, but that DC is going to be very, very high, as it has already been used. But it's up to you.
I'm looking at my list.
Okay. So Leah, so you can roll a survival check. It's still going to be at disadvantage because you're still trying to learn your way around navigating a boat.
I got to choose between two shitty rolls, a 2 and a 4. So
Okay.
Can I do survival?
let me check the modifier.
Again, if you're rowing, you can stop rowing and do something else. It's up to you.
What if I go to the sails?
Oh, so you're gonna open up the sails?
Yeah.
Okay. What skill do you want to use for that?
Can I use survival for that?
You know what? That would probably be a straight up intelligence check. Because you're trying to figure out how sails work and how to open them. So yeah, so that would still be at disadvantage. But you can definitely do that.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I thought I would ask Phoebe if we want to switch for a little while so she can row. Because we need a fresh set of muscles and I'm all out of juice. I turned back into Rowan, by the way.
Okay.
Alright then.
Thank you.
You got a 6? Ooh, okay. Wow. Okay. So,
We are going to destroy this boat like it's the Titanic.
all right. So, between Leah and Hope, for the next couple of hours, you are all having a very, very difficult time steering the ship. The ship, the current seems to have increased, which is adding to this. And those who are in the oar positions, so that would be Jarena, Phoebe, and Squall, and Galen. Those folks, you get 1 point of exhaustion. Okay? Because you are constantly trying to help propel the ship, stop the ship. Hope, you are desperately trying to open the sail for the first hour and a half. You get one half up, the other half stays down. You get the other half up, that one, the other stone now goes down. And then when you finally get it up, it's actually, the wind is actually pushing the boat the opposite way you guys are trying to go, which is causing the rowers to strain against the actual sail, which causes their point of exhaustion. And also, it does make the ship consistently keep hitting more and more rocks as it goes forward. I need Jarena, Galen, Phoebe, and Squall to roll 1d8.
Excuse me,
Yes,
can I help Leah steer?
you can try.
I mean, aren't steering wheels positioned so two people can be on them in case it gets too hard to steer?
There's no steering wheel. There is a steering oar in the back of the ship that she is
back rudder.
kind of pushing back and to the left and to the right. Hope.
Okay.
So I take a look at the sail and see if there's a way I can switch the way it's facing with the wind.
Well, you quickly learn that you can't stop the wind from blowing in a certain direction.
Turn the sail, not the wind.
But yes, but the thing is that the wind is blowing strongly in the opposite direction that the ship needs to go in, and so at some point you're able to actually pull the sail down to stop it from actually, because it's stopping your progression from going forward. And when you do, it does help the rowers. The rowers do feel a little less strained. However, they still do take their point of exhaustion. The folks that I asked to roll a d8, we're going to go down the line. Jarena?
I rolled a 6.
A 6. Okay. No, not Rowan. Squall?
7.
7. Phoebe?
8.
Galen?
I thought we rolled a d6.
Nope, this time it's a d8.
Oh, okay, hold on.
The rocks are nastier.
5.
5. Okay. The ship takes 27 points of damage. There are half a dozen large cracks in the boat now. Water is pouring into the ship at an alarming rate.
Guys.
You are watching as, especially the rowers, because the rowers are actually seeing this first. Within towards the 4th hour, the next a group of 4. This is the second half of your challenge. So this is the 8th hour you guys are traveling. It is starting. It's not sunset yet, but it's getting close. And the rowers look down, and you are ankle deep in water.
We need to dock somewhere soon, or we're going to be waist deep in water.
Galen would like to look to the east. Wait, not the east, the left side.
Uh-huh.
And is there any place to dock? That's what to kind of like force a landing.
Interestingly enough, you start looking to the left and to the right to see what you can find as far as shoreline, and you are now starting to see that the rocks have started to give way to more northern looking trees, less jungle looking, and now more pines and firs. But the shoreline is now starting to open up, and you are finding that you are starting to progress into a large open body of water.
Oh, jeez.
Guys, I think we really need to force a landing. And I start pointing at the direction where the fixer told us to go.
Okay. As you say that, the sun is now setting. As it's setting, you watch as there's this heavy mist that starts to develop off of the water. And it's actually starting to as the night is starting to grow, so is the mist. It is getting heavier and heavier. The rowers can actually now feel that the water is now a little higher than ankle height. What are you guys doing?
For that emergency landing, but are we gonna make it?
Any other ideas? Because that's the only one I can think
Leah?
of.
Leah, can we dock?
We have to.
All right.
Let's do it.
So what are you guys doing?
Guess steer us to the shoreline.
All right. It's starting to disappear. Like, you guys are actually moving at a fairly quick pace in the boat, and as you are, the shoreline is starting to expand and turn and starting to disappear.
Yeah.
Which way are you guys going?
Our left.
East.
Because that's what... Yeah, east. Or
Okay.
whatever.
This will be interesting. So, since Leah is steering, and I know Rowan said that she was going to try and help her previously, so she's back there with her, I will say Leah and Rowan, make me individual athletics checks, please. Leah?
24.
24. Rowan?
11.
11. Okay, so Rowan, you start pulling. You start trying to. You see that Leah is starting to push the steering oar in a specific direction, and you start to pull to help her in that direction. And you can feel that against the water, there. It's really strong. Leah, as you're pushing, you can feel there is some resistance from the water in pushing. And as you're pushing the lever of the steering oar, you start to hear crack under your weight. And as you're pushing and pushing, and Rowan is pulling and pulling, the steering oar, the rudder, the actual handle for it cracks right off.
Do we crash into the shore?
No, you actually were unable to turn the ship. The rowers, are you still rowing?
I actually want to
Yes.
shout. Oh, okay.
I am.
Jarena?
I wanted to shout out. Maybe we should drop the anchor.
Okay. Squall, you said you're going to continue rowing?
Until the anchor drops, if that's what's gonna happen.
Okay.
Gonna try
Rowan,
and-
drop the anchor.
We're running out of time here.
Okay, Phoebe, you're dropping the anchor?
I'm on the rowing. Rowan said that she was gonna switch with me, so she's gotta do it.
Yeah, I gotta run and do that. Well, now that I've broken the rudder, I'm gonna go drop the anchor.
Okay. Make an athletics check for me, Ron.
$18.
18. Yeah, you're able to, without an issue, you're able to lift up the anchor and you throw it overboard. And as you throw it overboard and you watch it just poof, poof, into the water, and you watch the rope go and go and go, and it goes taut. The ship is still moving. Doesn't seem as if the anchor hit bottom.
Nope.
Shit.
Well, there's one last thing we can do, is all of us go to the oars. So I run over and try to help whoever's rowing.
Okay, just as. Okay, so everyone can feel that the water is now calf up to your calves in the boat, and the ship is oddly moving faster now. The mist is now much heavier. Leah, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
"21."
21. Okay. So rowers, what are you doing?
I think we should abandon ship. Cause
I think
don't-
we should maybe row the opposite way to kind of like slow down our speed.
Hmm.
I'm 30 seconds away from levitating my way to the shore.
Yeah.
By the way, you can no longer see the shore.
All right.
Most of the way to the shore.
You certainly try.
All right.
So you guys are
let's try
attempting
it.
what now?
We're going to try and reverse, I guess.
I am trying to, instead of the forward motion, doing the reverse motion to try to slow down the speed a little bit.
Okay.
I'm helping.
All right. So
too.
I'm not
Me
gonna
too.
fight it.
okay.
Yeah, me neither.
All right. So Jarina. So okay. So the 5 rowers, you attempt to kind of go in the opposite direction that you were rowing in to help slow you down. I will say the 5 rowers make me athletics checks, please. So I think that's what Jarina, Rowan, Squall, Phoebe, and Galen. So that's 5.
So, and me too. I
This one-
switched somebody out.
Who did you switch out with?
Well, Squall is leaving. I'm gonna switch him out.
I didn't leave yet.
No, he didn't leave yet.
Okay, fine.
All right. All right. So it's just Jarina, Rowan, Squall, Phoebe, and Galen right now. All right. So Jarina, what'd you get?
12.
12. Rowan,
19.
19. Squall,
12.
12. Phoebe,
23.
23. Galen,
19.
18. Okay. Between the 5 of you trying to slow the boat down going the opposite way, you do actually manage to slow the boat down slightly. But you all can feel the boat going in the direction that it's been going in, moving forward. And you also all feel that if you continue at this rate, you can all hear slight groans from the wood of the oars. And you get the impression that if you do continue in this route for much longer, there is probably a good chance that you will break the oars.
Is there any chance we can use the sails to get us backwards, or I don't know?
That all depends on the wind. I don't think this is natural. This happens too quickly.
I need everybody to make a perception check for me, please.
Ooh, yay.
Jarina, what you got?
20 not nat.
Okay, Rowan,
23.
23. Hope,
Apparently, Hope is so nervous about the boat sinking, she doesn't see shit. She got a 7.
okay. Squall,
While the adrenaline's pumping in an unnatural fashion, 18.
oh, okay. I thought this was going the regular way. Leah,
20 not natural.
okay. Phoebe,
23.
okay. Galen,
22.
22. Okay. So yeah, so Hope, you're just kind of like, you're starting to freak out a little bit. This is not only is this your first time on a boat, but this is really
My
like,
second time on a boat.
huh?
My second time on a boat.
That's true. This not only is your second time on a boat, it's going down. And you can't see land, and it's freaking you the fuck out. Everybody else, as you are all randomly trying in your own way to kind of either slow the ship down or figure out a way to stop what's happening. One, the mist is very, very thick at this point. Even with your dark vision, it seems like your dark vision is somewhat cut in half. But Jarina, Rowan, and Squall, on the left side of the boat, you start to hear what sounds like something displacing the water. Like you can hear like the water hitting the side of something that is not your boat. And as you all the three of you come to realize this and you kind of turn to look, you see what looks like a very small, almost like a dinghy, like a small boat, very quickly zoom by you. And you can't make out the figures, but it looks like there's a few figures in the boat. And they all kind of, and as they pass by, you hear, and it just, as quickly as you see them, they disappear into the mist.
Fuck that.
Galen, Phoebe, and Leah, on the right side, you hear something similar. You hear something also hitting the side of the water hitting the side of something. And you look and you see what looks like two more of these small boats just zooming by yours. And you too also hear giggling and laughing as they move past you. And just as quickly as you see them, they disappear. And you can't make out, the mist is getting so thick that it's, you know that there was individuals or in that boat, but you couldn't make out how many or what they looked like. They were just shapes.
I think we need to abandon ship. Something's not right.
Yeah, about that.
Okay, the ship that you are in seems to now be moving faster, and if you don't pull the oars out of the water, they are in danger of breaking against the pressure right now. To put it into context for you, it's almost as if you guys are currently in a speedboat. The ship is moving that fast.
I pull the oars.
Okay.
I follow
So
suit.
do I.
Okay.
I help.
Can I make a speculation, or do I need to roll for that?
I don't know what that
I'm-
means. I don't know. Roll.
I'm gonna
for,
start bailing.
Like a guess of what's happening.
You can, if you want it would be an in-game guess, and you can talk to your companions about it.
Guys, I think we're being magically dragged along by whoever those individuals were.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh, yay. But where?
Times.
Probably they have ill intent, because I saw individuals in speeding boats giggling at us. I say
Yeah, same.
we have to leave, or it's our heads.
And they came from the west side, which is where we're supposed to avoid anyway. I think we need to abandon
Yes.
ship as well.
We must go now. The boat be damned.
Where are we gonna go? Where's the shore at?
We're going to have to swim for it because they are relying on us being trapped on the boat right now.
I'd rather fight my way out of a
pretty sure we'll be
situation than
fished
be
out
in
of
the
the
middle
water.
of the ocean.
All right, Hope.
Am I to assume that we all know how to swim?
I know. I know how to swim.
I'm still gonna levitate for a little
I
while.
can.
I can swim.
All right. As you are having this conversation, the boat is now gone faster. And you all can see very
I'm
clearly.
bailing.
You can all see very clearly through the mist, although it's very thick. You can see these two orange lights glowing through the mist that seem to be growing and getting closer You seem to be getting closer to it. And as you all realize these lights are growing faster and getting closer, all of a sudden, the ship hits something. I need you all to make dexterity saving throws for me, please.
Question: do I have disadvantage, or is the fog obscuring this?
Oh no, it's nighttime.
Okay.
It's sunset. Yeah, it's sunset at this point. All right, Jarina.
14.
Okay. Rowan.
15.
15. Hope.
13.
13. Squall.
You said disadvantage?
Oh no, it's just dexterity saving
Oh,
throw.
okay. Oh, okay. 17.
17. Leah.
17.
17. Phoebe.
24.
24. Galen.
First time this has happened, I think. Nat 20 plus my dexterity saving throw, you said?
Yep.
27.
Okay. All right. So, while the ship hits something and immediately comes to a stop, well, it slides slightly, continuing, and then comes to a stop. Thankfully, all of you made your saving throws. You are not thrown violently to the ground, but you're able to kind of catch yourselves in various ways and keep yourself up from falling from this rather abrupt stop to the ship. As you kind of look around trying to get your bearings, you can look now very clearly on both sides of the ship, and you can see that the ship has run aground. And you look, you continue to look around, and it seems like it's on sand, like almost like the sand of a shore. Those two very bright orange glowing lights. You can now see a little clearer. You can't see what they are, but there's some kind of they're large, they're massive. And they seem to be on top of some kind of structure, and you can hear the clanking of metal where these structures are. You can't, again, the mist is obscuring a lot of what you can see. But the other interesting thing that you can see on both the left and right sides of your ship are, you can see half a dozen on the left and about a dozen on the right, small boats, like those dinghies that kind of passed you guys, seem to be similarly just wedged onto the shore. And you can see what look like footprints from those ships heading northward from where you currently are, almost towards where those lights are. A lot of footprints. Jarina?
How big do the footprints look?
Make a survival check for me.
Galen is starting to remember terrible things in his life and is now stress drinking.
What'd you get, Jarina?
Oh, man.
21 not nat.
21 not net. They're actually varied sizes. Some of them seem what you would consider. They all seem humanoid in some way. Bipedal. But some of them are small. Some of them are what you would consider average size for a natural humanoid. None seem abnormally large or stupidly big or anything like that. But there are about maybe 13 or 14 pairs of these footprints that are all leaving those small boats and converge, and they seem to be converging in the same direction.
I suggest that we prepare ourselves and exit the ship. There's a lot of footprints of varied sizes on the shore right now.
Yeah. I agree.
Have another drink, Galen. Maybe you should stay behind everybody.
Leah?
After
Galen, have you
everybody-
been here before? Oh, sorry, Leah.
That's after everybody exits the boat, I want to try to fold it back up by saying the word again.
There's a third. There were 3 words.
I only wrote down.
Okay, so the third word was. It was actually in common, and it was return.
Return.
As you say return, you watch as the ship starts to kind of shimmy and shake slightly, and then you watch it starts folding itself. And it just folds itself back up into its original box. And that box has a number of cracks and holes in it now.
I want to use my sleight of hand to put it in my bag.
Okay, roll a sleight of hand check.
What did you say, Rowan?
I said, have you been here before? Do you know where we are?
Oh, hell no. I have no idea where the fuck we are.
Leah,
I don't know why.
Leah, what'd you get?
It was good. It's a 26.
Oh yeah. All of you saw the boat fold itself up into a box, and then you saw Leah pick it up, and then the box was just gone from her hands. You saw nothing. Like it was just there, and then 1 second, and now it's gone.
It's a neat trick.
At a game, what was the second word?
Oh, Tima.
Where do the footprints converge again?
They're going northward, towards the middle of those 2 bright orange lights.
I think we should avoid the footprints. As you kind of see with Galen with wide eyes.
You can still
Alright.
you can all still hear like the very loud clanking of like metal against metal from where those 2 lights look like.
Does Rowan know where we are?
Make an intelligence check for me.
Ooh. 19.
19. You have no idea where you are. Hope. You are feeling a very, very odd sensation, almost like a pull from where those lights are. Like it's not making you come to it, but you can feel almost like like some kind of almost like magnetic attraction to you from where those lights are.
Do I recognize the area?
You do not.
Okay.
Galen is gonna sit on the ground. He's gonna rock a little bit, clearly having a PTSD moment right now.
I am going to tell the group that I'm going to go on a stealthy scouting mission.
That is a very bad idea.
Agreed.
Whatever pulled us here is most likely malicious in nature. We should not go towards it. We need to get out of here.
Well, we can't really go anywhere right now, so
There are a bunch of
You can
boats.
steal a dinghy.
I'm not all of us are going to fit in a dinghy.
There are multiple dinghies.
Nonetheless, we cannot go towards whatever that is. It
I'm
brought us
not
here.
saying you're.
We should probably... Go on, what were you saying, Hope?
I'm not saying that you should go with me. I'm going to go on my own.
And I say that's a very bad idea.
Can you find your way back with all this mist?
Well, let's hope so.
I'll go with you, Hope, if you want.
Sure.
Okay, so you look around, and normally to hide, you need something to hide behind. And you look around, and it's fairly open. However, the mist is very thick. So I will say that because of the mist, you are able to roll stealth checks in this instance. So Leah and Hope, roll stealth checks for me, please. Leah?
$22.
Hope?
9.
Okay. You both feel fairly well hidden. And you start to make your way towards the source of these two large, bright orange lights. You slowly make your way towards them. And as you both continue, you can see these footprints. Like, the footprints of all these individuals definitely didn't make any attempt to hide their footprints. In fact, it looks like they were probably running. The way that the sand and eventually the dirt starts to get torn up from where they were moving. As you continue forward, another about 60 or 70 feet from where your companions were, you instantly stop seeing them. They are no longer behind you. The mist has obscured them from your vision. But now you can actually see the source of these two lights a little better. The lights are actually these massive crystals. And the crystals are floating in the air. And the only thing that seems to be keeping them suspended is this round metal band around the crystals and chains attached to the band. And the chains are attached to what look almost like a stone well beneath it. But it looks like the crystals are floating and actively moving, which is causing the rattling sound, the metal rattling sound that you were hearing. And they're just emanating almost like a heartbeat. This massive, bright orange light. And just beyond the mist, beyond them, you can see the shape of what looks like a building. It's not close. It's definitely some distance past where these crystals are. But you can just barely see the outline of what some kind of building. Maybe another 150 to 200 feet from where you are right now.
I touch Leah's shoulder gently and I whisper in her ear, "Do you want to keep going?"
It's up to you.
I'm feeling some sort of a pull. It's not something I can explain now, but I think it has to do with something that happened in my past.
Yeah, it is very, very strong now where you're standing.
So if you want to keep going with me, then you can. But I'm going to keep going.
I'll accompany you.
So you guys are moving forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So Leah and Hope, you move forward another 50 or 60 feet. Hope, as you move past where the two crystals are somewhat kind of they're not aligned per se, but as you pass between them, you feel that magnetic pull is now gone. You move a little further up, and now you can both clearly see the mist is still there, but is definitely a lot lighter than it was just a moment ago. And you can now see what very clearly is some kind of keep. There is a gate a metal gate with a stone, with what looks like stone walls around a keep in the middle. And the middle is, and the keep itself has a number of crenellations, a number of points to it, and it is clearly a light. There are lights in the windows, flickering. At the actual gate itself, you can see what looks like gourds and pumpkins, kind of on the sides, and intricately carved in these gourds are just random pictures of faces, of people, of creatures, animals, and inside it seems like there are candles lit inside of those as well. And then there's these odd pieces of paper, orange, some are orange, some are, you almost missed them, but some are black, and they're just hanging and draped from the gate and from the walls, almost in a decoration. There is also a sign on one of the gates. The gates are currently closed, and there's a sign on one of the gates, but you can't see what it says. Do you want to get closer?
Hope, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm gonna move closer.
Okay. Leah, are you going with her?
Yes.
Okay. As you get closer, you can see that the sign says "Enter at own risk," and then it's crossed out, and then underneath it, it looks like another more newer sign underneath was put on. It says "Welcome." And as you get closer, you watch as the gate goes and slowly opens. Not all the way, but just enough to allow you in.
I look at Leah and I get kind of a questioning look on my face, and then I make a hand gesture like, should we go on?
Perhaps we should tell the rest of our party.
Okay. I think I'm gonna wait here if you want to go back.
Okay. Do you feel safe enough to stay by yourself?
Yeah. Is there a stand of trees for me to wait in?
There's no trees.
I'm gonna go by the darkest part of the wall then.
Okay. There's a couple of torches that are on the front where the gate is. And then the actual gourds themselves have what look like candles lit in them. So it is kind of fairly well lit. So you kind of move over to the side where there's not as much light, and you just kind of wait there. Leah, you make your way back to the group. As you make your way in between those large orange crystals, the mist instantly grows heavier. I need you to make a perception check at disadvantage to see if you can make your way back to where the party was.
$16.
16. Okay, yeah, it takes you like about 10-15 minutes, but you do definitely make your way back to the group, and you tell them what you found, or?
Yes, I described to them what we found at Castle Keep. Very ominous, but as soon as you pass these large orange crystals, the mist breaks and everything is visible. Hope decided to stay behind, but I feel that we should go back and get her. We can't leave her here.
Sounds like a party.
It does.
Honestly, because it's dark, I would prefer going in the daylight so that we can see. Why did you
I
stay
think we should
behind?
crash the party.
There must be something she isn't telling us, but we better go fetch her now instead of waiting.
Well, why
Galen
did she
is
stay
still
behind?
like,
I don't know. Again, it might be something she isn't telling us. but we cannot risk breaking up the party because
I
she
was
wants
asking
to.
Leah.
Sorry?
Could you repeat that?
I was asking Leah why did she stay behind?
She felt she had to stay behind. She feels pulled to this place, it seems. Compelled almost.
Do I feel anything around this area? Like,
Not really. No.
I would like to meditate to my thing real quick and just kind of ask for guidance of whether or not we should wait it out or just go ahead.
All right. What exactly are you gonna do? How are you gonna do that?
I kind of want to create a flower through my staff. And I want to do a lavender flower specifically. I want to hold it and kind of just like close my eyes and meditate with it for like just a minute or two while asking this question in my head.
Okay. As you go to create this flower from your staff, you watch as the flower first turns. It starts as a vine, and then you watch as the small flower blossoms from it. And as the blossom opens, very, very quickly, something grows from the flower. And you are left with a very small, purplish pumpkin.
Well, that's new.
And it's so heavy, it just kind of falls into your hand off of the vine.
I pick it up and I smell it.
It smells like lavender. It's weird.
It's like a bath bomb.
Okay. Well then, there's rocks
Julia.
around, right?
I'm sorry?
Are there like rocks around?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make like a little like kind of like shrine kind of thing, and I'm gonna put the pumpkin on top and then meditate and ask the question.
Okay. So you slowly you put this all together, you sit down, you're trying to reach out and kind of feel with both your emotions and your connections, to kind of try and get some guidance. And normally you feel something, you don't feel anything. It's almost as if there's no connection for some reason.
I'm gonna be honest, everyone. I feel this place is a little off and possibly not connected with anything natural.
Oh, great.
I'm not surprised.
So if we do go forward, I suggest we proceed with the utmost caution and try to get her to come back.
I agree.
Let's go.
Sounds good.
So you guys are making your way towards there? Okay. Easy enough. You guys start to make your way there. Leah's already done this, and the lights are a very pretty big indicator which way you have to go. As you guys are making your way there, Hope, make a perception check for me, please.
$17.
17. Okay, you hear a couple of things. As you're standing there and you're kind of waiting for the group to come back, or at least Leah to come back, the wind is kind of blowing. It's a little chilly. And the first thing you hear in the distance, you hear... It sounds like howling of some sort. Not very close, but in the distance. The rest of you can hear that too. And then on the wind, Hope, you hear laughter, and you hear music, and it seems to be coming from the keep.
I decide to go in.
You go inside the gate.
Yeah.
Okay, so you slowly you go make your way towards the gate, and as you get closer to the keep, you can actually see these massive wooden doors. rounded doors, and in front of these doors, there are two torches on the left and right above them. There are more pumpkins and gourds carved with different creatures and faces. These also have candles inside of them. And you can see more of this like streamer paper in orange and black that are just kind of like hanging around and kind of blowing in the wind randomly. On these wooden doors, there are these two massive, what look like faces, very like kind of like scowling down, and they have the actual knocker for the door in their mouths, and they're just kind of like.
I decide to look around rather than go straight to the doors.
Okay.
See if maybe I can see inside of a window or.
Well, the nearest windows that you can see are actually seem to be on like the second floor of the keep. They are open. You can see candle lights kind of flickering in them. You don't see any shapes or anything, but you can definitely hear louder now the sounds of laughter and music.
Definitely, I think to myself, definitely
Okay.
sounds like a feast going on. I'm going to go back to the gate and wait for my friends.
Okay. As you get to the gate, the rest of your party has just made it to the gate. The rest of you actually see her coming out of the gate.
I quickly tell them what I've heard and seen, and wonder if maybe this might not be a place where we can stop.
Definitely sounds like there's a party going on.
I don't know if I could do this, but can Galen make an insight check as to like whether this is, whether he's like whether this is a good or a bad place in a way, in layman's.
You want to make an insight check on the keep?
Yeah, essentially. I don't know if I have to roll insight or something else.
Usually to gain insight on something, it has to be interactive with you. So that might not necessarily work. You can make a perception check to see if you notice anything out of the ordinary. But an insight check won't necessarily be the kind of check you want to make in this instance.
Okay, so with adrenaline still coursing through Galen's mind after that event, he's going to look frantically around the place.
Okay, make a perception check for me.
Uh, 16.
16. You notice that those howls definitely seem to be increasing. Not that they're getting any closer, but it seems like, there's one howl, and then there's another howl that seems to be answering each other. But there's a number of howls.
Are they around us, or can I not tell?
They're in the distance. They're somewhere in the distance. You can hear it. And the actual, the keep itself, it looks like a keep, that you've heard about. You've not necessarily seen one up close like this before. Nothing offhand gives you any reason to think that there's something weird going on other than the circumstances that brought you here. But the building itself doesn't say, hey, there's something wrong with me. The weird thing, the thing that, I'm sorry?
Other than the signs?
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Other than the odd sign of enter at your own risk, which is kind of crossed out, and then it says welcome. It does seem like it's been here for a while. Like it's not a new keep. Like this looks like this was built some time ago. Not sure when. but it's been here for a while.
Well, the sign says welcome.
I'm
For going inside and not eating. For going inside and not eating. For going inside and. Sounds like a party. I don't think if they throw us out, they throw us out.
What if they capture us and kill us?
That's always a possibility. Do you want to meet what's howling on the other side of the keep over there?
Nope.
I don't think we have much choice.
Where's Maya?
In fact, I think that's the point. Galen, are you okay? You've been acting really spazzy.
Maya's on your shoulder, Jarina.
You sure you've never been here?
Oh, it's not this place. It's the boat being dragged. This ain't the first time I've had that happen.
When did that happen to you before?
Oh, when I was 9, and my mom was killed.
What was it?
And possibly the rest of my family. And I got washed up on shore with daylight burning my skin off.
Yeah. What was dragging the boat?
Fuck if I know. I just saw tentacles and people dying.
Okay, well, I think this is a different circumstance.
Yeah, it's
So
a
I
bit
think
better. But
I hope
I mean, my boat
Breathe.
being dragged. The boat being dragged
Okay.
ain't helping.
Deep breaths, Galen. No tentacles, no sea monsters, possibly magical people. We don't know.
It doesn't help.
We don't know until we go in. Deep breaths.
They
Breaths,
might
buddy.
have drinks.
They most definitely have alcohol going on in there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Why don't we just all go in and see if we're welcome, and if we're not, we can run really fast.
And not die.
What do you think? Yeah.
Sure. I don't like
All right.
it, but we don't have a choice.
All right. We kind of have choices, but not really. And I think that's the point. So let's just see what this is. Let's see, I just volunteered myself to go first, didn't I? I guess I'm number one.
If you want, I'll go first.
I'll go with you.
Okay.
So 2 by 2.
Okay. As you both are starting to say this, it's now starting to rain slightly.
Seems like no matter what we decide, we're being pushed to one decision. So let's just go in.
Yeah, let's just go in.
I'm down.
Sure. Let's do it.
All right then.
So who's doing what?
Well, Rowan's going in first.
And
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
I'm
this is
alongside her. Actually, are we supposed to? Maybe we should use the knockers.
They're lovely knockers.
Oh my.
Thank you.
I reach up and I attempt to use the knocker on the door.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty heavy, but you pull it back and you go boom, boom, boom. And you can actually hear the echo from the other side of the door. About a minute goes by, 2 minutes go by, and then you can hear what sounds like the latching of somebody latching the door open. And then the door slowly goes, opens up, and that's what we're going to call it for the evening.
What did you
Okay.
expect? It's always a cliffhanger.
So,
I keep
yeah.
guessing.
That was fun.
All right.
So, yeah.
There ain't no party like a D&D party.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting sailing from non-sailors. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, wrecking the boat.
Did not die.
Yeah.
So yeah, excellent game, guys. As always, interesting ways that you guys challenge me to figure out how to steer around your craziness. It's always fun.
Our
But
foolishness? Yeah.
I didn't say that. You said that. So, but yeah, thank you guys. Excellent game. Thank you everybody for watching and supporting us again. Just as a reminder, this Sunday, I believe it was at 6 p.m. I will be hosting that Q&A session right here on this channel. I'll definitely be putting up some reminders on our Facebook and on our Instagram and on Twitter. If you haven't already, please join us on our Discord. If you go into our About page and click on the Discord panel, it'll take you right to our Discord. You can join us there. And on Halloween, we will be showing at 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be doing a watch party of Beetlejuice. We really hope to see you there. It's gonna be a lot of fun. The movie's great. There's always a lot of people who have not seen certain parts or don't remember certain parts of that movie, and when you watch it again with a bunch of people, it's just great. It's just great. So we hope that you join us. Thank you for those who followed and subbed. I'm gonna just read off very quickly some folks that I can see right now. I say AFK Peach, thanks for the follow. Thank you to my players who have been gifting subs to people. That's awesome. Dresden, thank you for rating, and everybody from Dresden who's rating us, thank you so much. Tide Dynamite, again, thank you for gifting a sub. The Climbing Chef, thanks for the follow. Red Leader, you kind of making me blush here, man. That's a lot of subs, bro. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And everybody else, again, thank you for just supporting us and helping us and being with us while we do this crazy thing called D&D with my beautiful, lovely, crazy murder hobo players. I'm sorry, did I say murder hobo? I'm sorry. Join us next week when we see what happens at this mysterious keep that these players were dragged to. And since next week is going to be essentially the week of Halloween, maybe some or most or all of us might be in a costume or something, maybe. Who knows? But join us anyway just to see the crazy stuff that's happened. Crazy stuff that is going to continue to happen in this campaign. It's a pleasure to run this game for you guys, my players, and for you watching as well. All right. So with that, have a good night. Take care of each other. Take care of yourself. Be good. And we'll see you next week. Take care. Thank you. Bye.